Welcome to all for day 3 of Induction program. I think now you have got much more information about whatever best practices we are having in Walchand College of Engineering Sangli from day 1 and day 2. So today is day 3 and we are having our guest of honor, Mr. Shekhar Patil sir. So I request all the dignitaries to come on the stage and grace our stage. I request Professor in charge Director Professor Dr. Uday W. sir to come on the dais and grace our stage. I request Professor Dr. S.G. Tamankar sir to come and grace our stage. I request today's guest of honor, Mr. Shekhar Patil sir to come and grace our stage.
It is our honor to introduce to you today's speaker, Mr. Shekhar Patil. He has done his post-graduation in cytology and genetics. He spent initial 15 years of his career in pharma marketing and international trading. He was in charge of high-profile construction projects like Calcutta Metro Railway, nuclear power plant at Kudgulam and Lavasa City. He was Group HR Head at Education Sector for around 15 years. Currently, he is serving as advisor to infrastructure companies. So, throughout his career and for many more years, he is in the industry and his overall experience is going to be very prestigious. So, I request all of you to please silence your mobile phones and please pay complete attention to your today's speaker.
Now I request Professor in charge Director Professor Dr. Uday W. sir to felicitate our guest of honor.
Yes, so please sir, Shekhar Patil sir, you can start with your talk. I request other dignitaries to be.
Hello friends, you all can hear me?
Yes.
Good. Because I know each tile of this hall and that's why I went around to check whether they are the same or not. When I came first time, probably in 2008-9 sometime, I don't remember the date, and we had come to this particular hall. The hall was good, but it needed lot of transformation, and that is one of the first thing which we did, and that was done under my supervision, so I know the each style of this, each seat of this very well. Okay. Now, this is our Walchand College, and I have said this as a part 1 because we are going to talk in 2 sessions. So this is part 1 and then we will talk the part 2. was going, I thought that I will be using my laptop, but then I'm not used to it, so I'll make a lot of mistakes. Okay? Don't worry about it. Or if you want to worry about it, you can worry about it. I can't help it. While transferring, I think some sizes of the letter has become a problem, and so the R of the engineer has come down. But don't worry about it. And if you want to worry, then you can worry. By the way, before going ahead, I want any one of you to tell me the definition of worrying. As per you. What is the definition of worrying? What is, yeah, very good. Is there any mic, is there? In the meantime, you can talk, yeah? Ria Day. Mamta's house you came?
From Jharkhand.
Jharkhand, okay.
Originally I'm from Mumbai only.
Okay.
Yeah. So the definition of worrying. If I say worrying is a stimulation, mental stimulation, where we take a lot of stress and we are tensed about something which is either related to our mental health or our physical health, or it disturbs us in any of the form which may in future or in past may haunt us in memory or something.
It's a nice one. It's a longer one. So many people may miss something, but then you talk something which is very, very important and nice one. Okay? It conveyed the meaning of worrying. Anybody else want to try? Anybody else would like to try? Any hands up? Oh, you are raising your hand? Okay, first that girl.
Thinking something could go wrong.
Thinking something that could go wrong. So suppose something was to go wrong and you think about it. Is that worrying? She's nodding, she's saying no. She has disapproved your thinking. Am I right? You disapproved. You don't want to now agree. This is not a political session, so don't worry, you can talk. You want to say something more? Okay. Anybody else? Some boy there wanted to say something? Yeah.
Anxiety, and it might, I have some examples.
We were talking about the definition. So, okay, you want to give example, you can give.
Like your first day in college, I had a lot of anxiety.
Sorry?
I was worrying a lot
Okay.
at the first day of college. And I had a lot of tension because I didn't know anything. How would the teacher react? And maybe, and I didn't understand the exam sessions. How would be the exam be held? And about that.
Your name?
Moss Chicago.
Sorry, I didn't get it properly.
Moss Chicago.
Okay.
It's called anxiety or tension.
Then why there is a word called worrying? Why not anxiety?
Worrying is something you do about others.
So worrying is not anxiety?
Yes. I think anxiety is something you do about yourself. When your situation, your circumstances.
Okay, anyway, we have come here to become engineer and not psychologist, so we will not continue this particular discussion right now.
Yes.
Okay, to me there is one definition is there of worry. And when you say definition, if it is more than 10 words, then it's not a good definition. So it has to be short to convey the meaning. and it's the misuse of creativity is worry. What is it? Misuse of creativity. Okay? And I can give one example. And unfortunately, I will give a sad example. But allow me to do that only to emphasize the meaning. Okay? The young lady, and she gets the news that her husband has died in accident. And immediately she cries, "Oh, my children has come on the road." The children are still there, not on the road. She is doing imaginative copying. That is, not imaginative copying, it is a misuse of creativity. She is creative, but that is used very wrongly. Okay? Anyway, so I am very much associated with the Walchen engineer. As probably I do not know whether I told you or I just talked to somebody else that I had to create Facebook page in 2010 this was told to me by the Walchen students because they wanted to be connected and I did not know how to make it. There was one was made by somebody for me, but that was for the family. So I said, let's have a separate one, and we created a separate with the same name, Shekhar Patil. And I have currently 4,990 odd friends because they go on, sometimes become 5,000, sometimes become few go like that, it happens. But out of this, 90% are only Walchen students. Okay? And I talked to all of them, I talked to many during last 1 week when I came to know that I am coming here to talk to you. First and the foremost is many of them have sent me the message to wish you the best, and many of them have said that enjoy your first year. What they have said? Enjoy. How to enjoy, we will see it today. Okay? One person, anybody from here from Mumbai? One. Oh, there are quite a few. Okay. How many of you have regularly gone to Mumbai and you know little bit of Mumbai because of your relatives? Can you raise your hands? Oh, there are some. Okay. So now this guy, who is a very good student and probably he was a very good student and he's doing very well in his career today in TCS. He said that, I said, how was your first week? So he said, I was trying to find out where is the East Sangli and West Sangli. Because in Mumbai, whenever the railway has divided Mumbai into East and West, because it's a vertical strip. So he said, I was trying to find out where is the East Sangli and West Sangli. So this is what you come up with. You come as a fresher and you try to understand what is this particular. He has also given many examples of how he went through his life in college. We will go through when we come to the relevant thing. There was one guy, today morning I received this message because he saw a WhatsApp possibly after a long time. He is a 2011 pass out. Very simple, from Sangli. He is proper Sangli. And like many of you, okay? And somewhere in the beginning of 2000, I don't remember where, but his message came to me, I want to talk to you. 12, 13 sometime, I do not know. I said, what is it? I called him. He was worried. He got an admission into Colorado University in USA, and he was to board a flight, and he wanted to know what dress he should wear, because it was his first flight in life. If you want, if there is a relevance here during your talk, then I will show you his current Facebook, where you will not even ever feel that he is coming from a small village. Okay, so if any one of you, because you come from smaller villages, remember that you are tomorrow going to make an impact on the bigger and bigger cities. That confidence you try to have. Okay? Okay, when I was here, many people from HCC, I was working with HCC Hindustan Construction Company as a group HR head, and I was given a task by my chairman, Mr. Ajit Gulabchand, to look after the education sector. And that's where I said, okay. And I asked him, what is that I do so that you will feel that I have done a good job? So he told me in different words that you ensure that everybody in the institute understand the most important person of this institute is the fresh engineer. Why? We will come to know little later. And that's why I never feel that there is any contribution of mine in this institute. I don't think. What I have is gains, tremendous gains I had when I came to this institute. The first one was this. I saw the happiness in the eyes of the students for getting placed early. Before that, there used to be an issue. Placement was a problem. It was a great help from Professor Dhaigude and others that on the very first day we could place. That was the first time after my coming. Was 206 odd engineers in one company. Okay, so I could see that in the eyes of them, the tremendous happiness. I got the love of the students. Even today it continues. My daughter stays in Chicago, and at least 4 engineers on 4 different times have come to see me in USA. And almost all of them have traveled overnight bus journeys, because as a student you don't have money. 6 hours, 8 hours, and they came to see me. That is what I consider as a love of them. And the first graduation ceremony. That is the first time, 2011 was the first graduation ceremony which we conducted just behind this. And that's where we all came together, all the professors, all the students of not 2011 batch, because they were busy in their placements. So 2012 batch, that is the 3rd year students, they contributed a lot in the organization of this ceremony, and it was so not perfect that at the end of the session, the education minister that time was Mr. Rajesh Tope. He came down and told me, Shekhar, you said that it is minute to minute you have to follow, but it was like half a minute to half a minute. This was his sentence. It happened so very well. Okay. Now, what are we going to do today? You have এখানে jump from the school to the college, the school to the institute. Some of you might have been so-called colleges in 11th and 12th, but still I will consider it as not this institute, and therefore there is a jump from past to present, future. Oh, this is the thing which has happened. So what we are going to see, the transition from school to college and from college to the work life. Now you will say that your work life is 4 years ahead, and why we should know it now? Can anybody tell me why you should know it now? Yeah?
Future aspects of internship and job prospects.
Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else would like to try? You know, many times in our mind that we feel that we may say something wrong, and therefore we don't talk. So suppose I have to my question a wrong idea and I don't tell it. What do I gain? My lack of knowledge remains as a lack of knowledge. But if I say, and if I come to know that it was wrong, at least I gained a knowledge that that was wrong. So therefore, please stop. Anybody else? Yeah? Yes, sir.
College life is for learning and gaining knowledge, but work life is to convert that knowledge into practical application, which is the most important part of engineering.
But why you should know it now? You can learn it in the 4th year. No?
But if we learn it into 4th year, then we cannot be good engineers.
First of all, I want to say that you are very right. But why you are right, do you know?
Not it.
Okay, anybody else want to try? Yeah, please.
Because I think it's the stepping stones towards your last year. The school and college life in 1st, 2nd and 3rd year, they lead to all of your success.
Yeah, stepping stones. You're right. And the point is, you were right. Okay. But if I know what I should be, I start preparing for it today only. If there are opportunity to do it today. For example, I do not know whether I am taking that example today, but I'll just, if that comes again, it may be repetition, but we will just see it. When you, do you know, oh, my first question I forgot. How many of you are here to do some work later on, or none of you? I mean, anybody is for some different purpose, then we just after this you want to get a job. Is that your purpose, or no, that is not your purpose? Is there anybody who do not want a job after this? Yeah, very nice. Can you stand, please? Your name? Loud. Shout. Okay. So, you want to sleep afterwards?
Yeah, I don't want to sleep. I want to create a startup. Yeah, I want to create a startup.
So you won't work, without working it will start?
No, I'll create alongside my college years. If it works during my college years, then
I agree with you. But after starting, for starting the startup, you have to work or you don't have to work?
we need to work it.
After that you have to work or you don't have to work?
if the startup success, then I don't think it is necessary to work.
So Narayan Murthy is no more working according to you. Bill Gates is no more working according to you. I am not understanding you. I want to understand you. Tell your name again. Because first time when I had such a session in this particular hall, there was one boy who was sitting just opposite of you, this side. His name is Akash Mande. And after 2 years he wrote a mail to me. How I was wrong, sir. I have this, not mail, on the Facebook he has written. And then that time he was in TCS and working in Japan. Okay. So my question is whether you are going to work for that you are doing this or not.
I am just basically creating the startup for betterment of other people's life. It is just an aim I have for myself.
I would request you, all of you have to ensure that he does this. That today in writing on the stamp paper he is going to say that from startup he is not going to take even a single paisa for his even food.
That is actually true because it is a charity-based startup I am trying to create.
From where you will give this charity?
From the
Your father will give you money?
No.
Then who will give you money?
No, we are
Charity without money?
We are going to take some funds for base.
Who will give you funds?
Walchand College, right?
If your aim was to get this clapping, you have been successful. Okay? You have been successful. But you want only this much success? Of getting the clapping?
No.
Huh? You want the funds?
Yeah.
Do you think, suppose, let us assume that Walchand College wants to give you fund. How many of you feel that Walchand College is absolute fool that they will pick up one fellow and take the fund, start up? How many of you feel that? Please raise your hands. Those who feel.
I'll actually create a proper.
For that will you work?
Yeah, I am working on it right now.
Achha, for that while working, from where you will get the money and for food?
For now, I am living off my parents. see.
This is a one thing you can sit now.
Thank you.
Because you have opened a Pandora's box that you are staying with your parents and living off them. I'll give an example. All of you are probably from 12th you have come here, most of you, right? I am telling you a story of 1 month back. My daughter's friend, her son passed his 12th in USA, Chicago. They are very rich people. Okay? His father is working in Accenture, she is working in some other company, and they have only one son. They have the houses are around, I think, 5,000 square feet with the backyard, front yard, and this and that. And I have, last time when I visited, I went through his Tesla here and there and there and there, just to learn what is the Tesla does. Okay? It's coughed also. Yeah, it did it. And so these two ladies, my daughter and his mother, they went to Walmart for buying something, and they suddenly saw a guy coming in a pizza delivery van, got out, went inside, took the pizza, came inside, sat it and went away. It was her son. For paying the fees of the next some semester, he had taken some very special course for which he had to pay the fees. back in 2011-12, I had asked the two people here, what is the difference between the American boy or girl and an Indian? So many of them came to the conclusion that they don't care for their parents. I stayed there every year 6 months from 2011 to 2016. Okay? And this is a myth. This is not true. Culturally, they are brought up differently. That after 12th, you have to take care of yourself. And therefore, they stay outside. But each one of them, even if they are staying within the city, on every Saturday, Sunday, they will spend with the mother and father. And that bonding is very, very strong. Because the moment you go away, you must. How many of you are now staying at with your parents here when you have come? It's a very small portion. The majority is out, and then you will find that your bond will go on increasing and increasing. So we are going to see this. In this transition, there are some changes are happening between your school life and the college life. Oh, who is this? Vicky Kaushan. Very good. Why am I showing him here? I do not know whether there is a provision for me, but I'm very familiar with my laptop, and we are showing you from the other laptop, so it may be difficult. But no, that is not possible. We tried that. So let me explain to you why I am showing it here. How many of you, I can give you this link later on. How many of you have seen his interview or what is called as podcast with Ranveer Alabadia? Has anybody? Like this, yeah, good. At least there are two. I will first tell you this story, small. My grandson is 14-year-old. Okay? And since childhood, he is into the aviation. Means I can first tell you to prove that he is into the aviation. When he was less than 6-year-old, he used to watch only the air crashes. Okay? Because he wanted to become air crash investigator. And so one day he was talking too much. So I want to shut him off. I asked him, do you know what is a black box? He was walking like this. He turned and he asked me, he calls me Baba. So he says, Baba, which black box are you talking about? I said, so you don't know what is a black box? No. Which one are you talking about? I said, which one? The one which is in the aircraft. No, but which one are you talking about? This less than 6 years. I said, why? Because there are two. One, he told me, one which is at the end of the aircraft, which records only data, and one which is in the front, in the pilot's cabin, which records data and voice both. So you can imagine he was into the aviation. Okay. Now, at the age of, he wants to become pilot. So I said, why you want to become a driver? Why don't you become an engineer, aviation engineer, etc. So there was a fight between he and his father, who is an engineer again. So he said that, why should I become engineer? After becoming engineer also I will become pilot. And Without becoming engineer also I can become a pilot. So why I should waste my time in studying? That was his point. And it is not, USA is not India, that you take him and slap him. What will happen? Any idea? Any idea?
Child protection services.
You can go in jail. Immediately, not later. We have a case of one known person that unfortunately their child had the girl probably urinated in her only dress in the school, and she started crying. The teacher started telling her, don't worry. Teacher started telling her, so she started telling her, no, ma, don't tell it to my mama. And then she told the whole story that how her mama beats her. And that lady that night went in the jail. So strong are the laws there. So we were talking about this. So I told him, because he doesn't understand Hindi, I told him to see it with his father, this particular podcast. And after that they told me that yes, he will become engineer. Because this podcast tells you, he asked him a question. The Ranveer Alabadiya asked him a question as to, you are an engineer and now you are an actor. So it has, he didn't say this, but it's all gone west. Okay? So why have you, means how is it useful? And he explains to him that how it is helpful. The next 4 years are going to be tremendously gratifying for all of you. Lots of submissions, lots of work, lots of things, and that is what will make you, a boy will turn into a man and a girl will turn into a good woman. Remember this. So instead of grieving, start enjoying it. The moment you turn that from craving to enjoying, you start learning. Okay? So he explains both that anybody has seen the Ranveer Alabadiya's podcast? Okay. Some of them are really good. And he himself is an engineer. Okay? And he said that when I decided to post my videos on the YouTube and creating the channel, for me it was very easy to understand because of my engineering knowledge. Not engineering per se, but because that all what has happened, all I was trained, the way I was trained, I conditioned my mind, and that is why. So becoming an engineer, you are becoming a better citizen of this country. Remember this. Okay? So let's try to understand the difference between a school and a college. Yeah. Okay. Can anybody tell me what are the differences? Any particular difference? Yeah?
As what I learned from the seniors, like in school, we are trained as we are still students, but in college we are trained as an individual where we may learn and be better in
Okay. But what is the difference? Let's try to see it. In school there is a structured learning. In school there is a structured learning. The school teacher will say that this is the problem you have to solve. Okay? And then the school teacher will say that in this book, in this chapter, please read the first 2 paragraphs, you will get this. Then I am giving you 3 more these small examples. Please solve them first before solving this. And that is by the end of that 1-2 days you learn. Very structured learning. Very focused and everybody guided and you learn something. College. Professor may ask even the question outside the syllabus. Okay? May tell you that I want tomorrow or after a week to make a presentation on XYZ. That's all. Over. Now it is left to you to go collect resources, talk to him, talk to that, talk to him, talk to her, learn, practice, come back, ask the same professor again and he says, no, I don't have time now. Okay? But you have to put yourself in to learn. Very structured learning. Everything is told. There are guidelines are very strictly given. Whereas in college, it is like this. There is a lot of resources on net also available. Go find out, study. Maybe something. If you come up with the different method so far known, you will be further appreciate. Okay? Any questions so far? Oh yeah.
Since there's a transition from structure to a self-design or self-paced learning, so in the first year, what all things should we take care that that transition is smooth and that we are properly regulated, because we are still having to happen.
That's coming up. That's coming up. Okay. I feel it is coming up. Doesn't mean that you will be satisfied. So you can ask that question again. Okay. The second difference is the breadth and the depth. What is the second difference? Breadth and the depth. In the school, you are given information about this, and those boys who are, those boys are smart, like my grandson is. You know, he sees this page and within seconds he knows the whole page, he can recite. Okay? But that's everything like this, you know. Is that enough? Where is the depth? Will be the second question which will come. Okay? To explain this, okay, the breadth, we are understanding what is the difference between the breadth and the depth. Okay? You are all going to be the engineers, so probably I understand that you know. Breadth is more of touching on each and each, but then depth is the... anybody as a civil engineer wanted to become civil engineer is here? Okay, fine, very good. Now you want to become civil engineer. Okay, I am very fortunate enough to tell you that the first lady civil engineer worked on the project site was in my project in Calcutta Metro. Her name was Sridevi, and till today she is doing very good. Okay, this was in 1992. She passed from NICMA and then she had come there. Okay, so the school gives you so many different things, but when you come to the college now, she has taken only civil engineering, but in the civil engineering, if I need to talk, then I will say that there are, suppose I want to become in charge of master in excavation, so there can be lot of excavation. You have seen that roadside also some excavation is going on, etc. But some people, that's a open excavation. But some people may be expert only the underground tunneling. And in that, there can be the even finer points of it. That when in Himalayas, at one time you get a very hard rock, and sometime by bad luck you may get even the paste, which you can excavate like with your hand, and that means what? The tunnel will collapse. So you can become expert in only one field. I have seen civil engineers only knowing tunneling. So that is the depth you go. Okay? There is a case, I can just explain it again. Case of a girl called Ananya. In school chemistry project, she had to memorize key elements, their atomic numbers and basic properties. The focus was on understanding the broad knowledge. Okay? And she went to the college to become a chemical engineer. And now, instead of memorizing the facts, her professor encouraged her to dive into the specific chemical processes and find out which is better. Go, study and come back. And though she came up probably with something taken from this particular thing, something taken and developed her own process. Even that can happen. I can give my one example that I studied cytology, not psychology. Cytology is study of the cell and cell division in particular. And we had to prepare the permanent slides. The slides, the glass slides, which you see through the microscope. Okay. When I was in college, that time, this process was taking 48 hours. Okay. And as a curiosity, I talked to my professor, and he said that yeah, that's the worst part of it, and he was working on something to shorten this process. So because he was a professor and he had a lot of other work, it was not happening. So I volunteered and I said that I will start doing this. And we developed a process where the slide we should create within 3 or 4 hours. Permanent slide. Of course, it had some elements which had to be done earlier, and those were also there in that 48 hours this thing. Okay. So when I went for my exam, my final exam, and in the practical, when we had to make such a slide, and so the practical exam also was of 3 days. Why? Because you start on the first day, and it will be on the third day afternoon your slide will be ready, and then the professor will examine it. So I was just doing up and down. So the professor came and said that you don't want to make it. I said my slide is ready. He said that you brought it from somewhere. It cannot be. So I showed him, he saw it, and he said, I'm sure you brought it from somewhere. Then he went and talked to some other professors, and he came back to me and said that, are you sure you did it? Yes. Do it now in front of us. For the next 3 hours I did that, and therefore I got the marks. He means something which was not known to him, he did not believe it. Okay. So college gives you opportunity to learn from various sources, and therefore your development happens. You learn how to search also. Any question? Or you want to have can make pizza? Wonderful. I want hands like this so that I can make out. Don't do like this. I can't see. Yeah. Not a single boy. Or oh, okay, good. Fine. Thank you. We'll go to the boy first. Yeah. Here where we are going to understand something. So let's understand which. Can you get it? If you don't mind. Your name?
Harshal Shela.
Yes, Harshal. What ingredients you need to make pizza?
First of all, vegetables.
First of all, vegetable. Okay.
Sir, other things are mostly artificial. Sauce.
But all are non-vegetarian here.
Sorry.
Second, after that, vegetables are given. Okay. These are
Herbs.
vegetables. Huh?
Herbs.
Herbs.
Don't
Herb is not a vegetable.
They are, but some are dried. Sir, dried. Like chili flakes.
Chili flake is a herb. Okay, fine.
Sir, I mostly made pizzas at home. So for me, my favorite taste is what, and others I don't know.
Okay, fine. We are going to come to you. Not to your house, right now here only. Tell me the ingredients.
So first is the pizza base, which is made by yeast, baking soda, maida and all. And then after that we have to cook it in oven to make the crust. And then we need for toppings we need vegetable, different sauce, cheese and stuff. It depends on
Wait, no. Can you repeat again the last sentence?
For toppings we need vegetables, cheese and other depending non-veg veg.
Which cheese?
Any mozzarella or
What is
farci.
mozzarella cheese? Why mozzarella?
Because it gives that when you pull out one piece, it gives that feeling of pizza, just in case.
By the way, she is correct. She is not able to find a correct word. That's all. Stretching. That is one of the quality of the mozzarella. And that's why mozzarella cheese is used. Okay, because when it gets hot, you can little stretch it. That is the word. Okay, very good. Thank you. Just to recapitulate what you wanted to add anything into this? Uh-huh. I forgot your name. I call you Mamta only, sorry. Ria said, Ria, today evening, Google it and find out whether Parmesan cheese is good for making pizza. Okay? Cheese on pizza. Mozzarella is a popular cheese for pizza because it has a unique stringy texture, melts well and tastes grand with the other pizza ingredients. It's stretchy. The first one is the stretchy. Okay, very good. Thank you. Melts well. It is not just like that it is decided. Depth of the knowledge. We are talking about the depth of the knowledge. Taste good. Some of the cheeses when you put them in the oven and then later on you can't eat them. Consistency. High in calcium. Is it easy to understand? Okay? And so you can have your pizza. Remember one thing, this is the difference between a school and a college. The same thing in school, you have learned many things. You know pizza, you know cheese, you know dough, but still you do not know the whole thing, how it happens. We haven't even discussed the, can you tell what temperature of oven should be?
135 degrees.
Oh yeah, I talk in Fahrenheit to 365 I think, 385 or something, yeah. Okay, good, you are correct, very nice. Any questions so far? Why are we discussing pizza? Can be a question. Any other question? Oh, it's a time for the quiz. Where is the volunteer? Somebody can sit with the pen and pencil so that you can write down the names. If I am going to ask you a few questions and we do not know, but we have to give very less time. Okay? And is our umpire ready? Are you ready, umpire? These are the answers, but you don't know the question. Okay? Are you ready? You're ready. Sit quiet. If anybody answers correctly, we have to note the name. You have not to answer. Those who answer correct, those who talk, they're out of this competition. Those who know, they have to raise their hand. Okay? Only raising hand. Then we will find out who should be. You can also watch who is putting up the first time. Tick tock, tick tock. Can we go to the next question? Okay? These are the answers. Fine? If you know the answer, you have to raise your hand. The rules are the same. Should we go to the next? Answers are ready. By heart they may fall into the question. The watershed between India and Myanmar are formed by which hill? Oh wow. Wait, no madam, he was first because I have seen him raising the hand after her, no problem. But yeah, there are two people. Okay, only two? Yeah? A, is it? Sir, A. Okay. Ria and Ria. Ria D. Your name? You want to answer for the earlier question?
No, this question.
No. You can answer, but you are not included. Yeah, tell me. Which one?
A.
Okay, fine. Sit. Your name, sorry?
Vedant Suryavanshi.
And very, you raised the hand, no? You raised even after she told the answer.
No, I did, but I thought like only I did before she.
Can each one of you write down this sentence wherever in your notebook or your mobile. I thought. In my entire working career, at the back of me, there was only thing written was I thought. Anybody coming to my cabin and telling me that he has not done the work, he would always, if I ask him why, his sentence will start 99% of the time with I thought. And what is that concept? If you can remind me at the end, I will tell you. Okay? Hope. Any hands up? Okay, no more hands required. Sir? Option A. Okay. Right. Your name? Vinod. Pranav Sawant. Right. Okay. I'm sorry because my eyes were in this direction. He raised and then you raised later on. The next question. Can I give the next question? Which of the following companies is number one in the turnover in India? Okay? Very quick answer is required. The end there.
Infosys.
Okay, very good. How many of you disagree with him? There is 1% disagree, 2% disagree, 3% disagree. Okay. Yeah.
TCS.
How many of you disagree with him? He is disagreeing, sure. Anybody else? You are disagreeing with him? Yeah. Which one? Wipro. Answers to the quiz. Mirrors. B. You want to go back to what it was? Yeah, where it was built. 1800, yeah. I don't recollect exactly how. And I told you that Thana in Rajasthan, Naga Hills, I think she and some people were correct. 720 is the most correct answer, and I think many of you who do not raise the hand, buck up, because the whole college engineering, is built around the mathematics. Okay? Important. By the way, of that list, Wipro is the last one. And much lesser than the TCS. Okay? We have this imaginative idea. Actually speaking, that's why while asking the question, I added the word in India. Because otherwise, Accenture may be competing with TCS or maybe higher than the TCS. But their structure is so different that their turnover is counted at the world level and not here. Okay, fine. So we have, actually speaking, there is no winner as far as all the questions are concerned. Okay? There is no winner. But there are some individual question winners are there and we can just clap for them. There is one important factor, is both the words freedom and responsibility. Freedom never comes without responsibility. Remember this. How I can explain it to you. Is there any possibility of showing a YouTube video here right now? Otherwise, okay, let's forget and then let me explain it to you. In school, you are told to dress in a particular way, like this called as uniform. School has a thinking that this is how my students are represented well in my school, and that's why they decide this. And then whether you like it or you don't like it, and today you are in mood or no mood, you have to only wear the same dress every day, day after day, year after year, and all those 10, 12 years you have to keep on wearing the same uniform, whichever school you are in. Okay? Can you tell me what was your uniform in school days? Yeah, don't look here, I am only talking to you. Tell me. Green color, pink color shirt and khaki color pant. Please sit. Okay. Now, if I tell her, oh, I don't like this color, she has a reason ready to tell me, oh, but I have not decided, my school has decided. I had no freedom, so I have no responsibility. Today, the way she is dressed, and I tell her you are dressed very well, or somebody else I say you are not dressed very well, the responsibility lies with that person only because you have chosen to dress that way. With the freedom, choosing the right dress, that responsibility remains with you. Choice is, the freedom is with that choice. But something which is acceptable, something which is attractive is left to you. You may keep on saying daily, your friend, 3 friends say that, "Yaar, kal bhi acha nahi tha, aaj bhi acha nahi hai," he said that they are not, let me change the friends. You at best you can start doing that. But remember, the responsibility is with you. We keep on thinking that I want freedom, but the moment you ask for the freedom, responsibility will come with you. For example, I have seen that many of you are now not going to stay with the parents. Okay? So, for many of us when we were staying with the parents, the responsibility of waking up us was with the parents. To tell, "Arey yaar, jaldi utho, jana hai, school jana hai," whatever. But from now onwards, it is with you. It is not with anybody else. You have a freedom not to get up. So you have the consequences of not going to the college, and consequences of not having the enough attendance, consequences of not learning. So use your freedom always in a manner that you can make the best use of it. The schedule is strict with minimal autonomy, but with the college, there is a lot of students, how the time can be spent, etc. but you decide. The responsibility is going to be with you. The last one is also very important. How to spend your time and who to hang out with. Okay? While trying to understand this from the past students, each one of them, not each, at least 70-80% of them told me they fondly remember their friends, roommates. Because the roommate which you get, you like it or don't like it, you start either adjusting or changing or whatever, but ultimately with somebody you adjust and you become one of the best friends. Okay? So, we are not going to see it now. Use your freedom for the self-discovery and learning. Try to understand yourself. You will come to know that now that you have time, whether you have time or not, in the second session we are going to see it. And the interesting point is that you will start discovering yourself. Okay? Building meaningful relationships. Okay? About the time management, I think we are going to talk in the second session a little more deeply, because I think anything you do in these 4 years relates to only time management. The last one, because it is come the last year, do not underestimate it. This is the time when you are building your career. On one hand, you are taking care of your brain by learning this, that, computer engineering, becoming better in that, etc. At the same time, develop your mind and body. Learn either through some physical exercises, mental exercises, yoga, whichever thing you like, make a part of it as a routine. Most of the people use time for procrastination, freedom particularly. Whenever freedom is given, you think that I can do it tomorrow. Anybody would like to further add into procrastination? Yeah, you want to say something? Okay. This is the second one. Unknowingly, we go into this. Unfortunately, somebody may go into this. Why? Because there is a freedom. There is no close monitoring of what you do day to day, hour to hour. Whereas when in the school, you are closely monitored. You want to use it for this? Decide. It's up to you. Again, anything and everything is dependent on us. I can give you this on the 5th. an interesting example. I'll try to give my own example. I did my master's in cytology genetics, and then somebody told me, so I did not know even what is GRE is, but some friend forced me and I attended the GRE, and sometime later, I received the result, and it was also a letter from the Pennsylvania University to get a scholarship. I got a scholarship. So by then some other development had happened in the family, and my father had forced me to join his business, and so I left and joined his business. All these things. So I received a letter from the same university saying that maybe you are not interested because we are offering you the scholarship, so we are ready to offer you free ship. Now, why did he say that? My only regret in my life for not accepting this, because the guy who wrote that letter, which today also I had, after 2 years on the subject, because we had to write that statement of purpose and why you want to, what research you want to do, he got the Nobel Prize in the same subject. And so I would have been associated with a Nobel Prize winner. Okay, that is the only this thing. Now coming back to my working in the family business, I'm learning a lot of technical things because it was a factory of manufacturing molds, etc. And I did not use my brain even to look at the finances, and we had a huge loss. One day I realized that we had a huge loss to the extent that I was on the road. By then I was married. And then somebody asked me to help me that I can give you this particular job. Okay, that was the job which I hated the most in my life. I had never thought of doing the job, first of all, but that job I would never do, that was fixed in my mind, and that job was medical representative's job. The day I joined, I did not like it. While I was doing it, I did not like it. While I left it, I don't like it even today. However, please mark these words. In first 6 years, I got 8 promotions and I became almost chief of the company, next to the owner. My liking and my working are two separate compartments I always keep. Why? When you work somewhere, that person at the end of the month is paying you salary. For what? He is expecting that you are working. And at least if you are liking the salary, why don't you then give what you are supposed to give? Therefore, one question, whenever you join somewhere, you can write down also today. Don't ask a question what this company is doing for me. Ask a question, what I am doing for this company. Every day this ask. Don't ask this question that this institute, what is it doing for me? What is this professor doing for me? No. What are you doing for this institute by becoming the best student? Ask that question. Because your professors, institute will be very, very proud of you when you become somebody. Okay? So, peer pressure, we were there and we were talking. So when I became a medical representative, I was in Aurangabad. And in those days, we used to go to the ST stand, and then from Aurangabad, nearby stations we used to go. So what was the thing I observed, that when you go, you plan. Today you are going to XYZ place, village. And when you go there, you meet other representative of other company. चल यार मेरे साथ चल, तो क्या है उधर क्या है, चल मेरे साथ. And then you like a flock, you go 4-5 of you go into the village. Which those, I was thinking those drivers, those doctors are different. Everything is different. What was your planning for the day? How to get out of this? That if I start telling that I won't come, they will dub me as something, oh, extra smart hai. I quickly thought of one novel idea. The moment I used to go to the ST stand and I used to look out for another person, another medical, and I used to catch him and say, come here, come. I used to force them to come with me. So either they used to come or not come. I never changed my plan. I never came under the peer pressure. It is up to you. उसने बोला इसलिए मैंने किया. I thought you won't notice it. So it's totally, everything is dependent on you. Who can read this loudly? Yeah.
Freedom. With freedom comes the duty to act with responsibility, appropriate, and the liability to be held accountable for what we do.
Yeah. We have so far a connotation, freedom is you can do anything. But try to understand, can you do really anything? You have freedom, so what? You go and murder somebody? Are you allowed? It's not. It's exactly dependent on, with the freedom comes the responsibility. Remember this particular thing, because you are going to have, oh thank you. You have freedom to choose to do the right things. Freedom to listen to our conscience. Freedom to act ethically and responsibly. Oh. This is one major difference comes between a school and college. Okay? Extracurricular activities. How many of you feel that in school you were very good at extracurricular activities? Very good. Debates? I could make out. Very good. I'll come to your international level afterwards. But anybody else raise the hand? In school, yeah, sir, boliye. Dance, demonstration. We can put on the music. This clap was to welcome you here. Huh? Are you ready? Again I go back to the person Amol Kitwadkar, very shy boy. He had asked me a question. What question he asked me? Anybody remembers? When he got the admission in the USA university. In the plane, yeah. Same thing is going to say, yeah. Very shy boy. Go today and see his Facebook and click on his videos. Whether he's shy or not, that you will come to know. Okay? I have taken permission from him and I don't have to take permission. Why? Tell me why. Wait a minute. The moment you say this, the rest of the hands don't come up. Anybody else? I don't have to take his permission. Yeah, tell.
Because girls make me that.
No, sorry, wrong. First time you are wrong. Very sorry. He has put it on Facebook for everybody. In the social media, he has put it. Where is the question? Of now he telling don't watch it. You were telling something else? What you wanted to say?
He has the trust and respect towards you.
That's very correct. Very, very, very correct. However, what for he has put it, tell me, on Facebook?
So I am not active on it.
You may not be active. One thing please learn, that don't take pride in telling that I am not active on Facebook. What did I say? You can proudly tell this, but just don't take pride in telling this. You can be proud only if you are still aware of what is Facebook. There is nothing wrong in the world to be aware of each and everything what's going on in the world. You know, yesterday or day before yesterday I think, the 11 people died and 2,800 people got injured in Lebanon. Yeah? How many of you know? Yeah. Why this has happened?
Their pager started exploding.
Why?
Because
Israel
intercepted.
How?
They tampered with the production company.
How?
They had an intelligence agents there.
What did it do? Please, you should have 5 wives and 1 husband. What? When? Where? Who is the last? Okay. Why? Most important should be the first one. And the last husband is the how. The moment you have this with you, remember your knowledge multiplies. So, how? Yes.
Israel intercepted a shipment coming.
Wonderful.
Of
He read it
their
today
batteries.
morning.
No, the day before yesterday.
This happened yesterday, no?
No. I received a message about it yesterday.
Yesterday. Okay, fine. Good.
So
Yeah.
they intercepted a shipment.
Yeah.
And they tampered with the pages, fitting some
Batteries.
chip that would activate it by some communication or signal. So that chip would heat up the battery and the battery would explode.
Okay. One thing. Now I told you to read everything, to be everything. At the same time, I am going to tell you opposite of this. And when you have like freedom and responsibility, similarly this plus the other opposite of it. What is the opposite? Try to know everything. Second part is most important. Is that the theory or it's a hypothesis? Is this the truth or another somebody has launched this particular news? I have seen many WhatsApp groups on my I passed 11th. In our time that 11th was the matric, okay, and in 1967, so we have school group. And I have not even a single message. This is there for last 7-8 years. Not a single time I have never put on any message, okay, or commented on anything. But I have read 100% all the messages. So much so that I can tell who are the people who keep on forwarding the message put by their own colleague on the same WhatsApp group. Did you understand this? There is only a passion that किसी को मालूम नहीं है, मेरे को पहले सबको खबर करना है. Okay, so any forward, I forward in my 100 messages there can be 1 or 2 forward messages. Not that never I forward. Okay. Unless and until I have cross-checked it, the validity of it. And there are at least 3 or 4 sites which I know, they help you to validate the news. And if you don't get there, don't post it. Who is forcing you? Are you going to get some medal? But today's world is such that newer and newer things are coming. Like, how many of you watch reality shows? Nobody watches? I am very surprised. You eat?
Yeah, we eat like put all education in this 11 and 12. Preparation for JEE, math,
Why eating? Why eating you can also? Who told you? It doesn't digest. Parents don't allow.
Yeah, we like eating when you are eating just focus.
So now, are you going to stay with the parents? So are you going to watch? Why?
Because like, it's by science also. That while eating we are watching or if we are not focusing properly, the digestion doesn't happen properly, and while we are like talking or listening, not listening we can, but while talking the air comes in and it's not moving.
How many of you agree with her? Can you repeat this? Somebody, where is the mic?
Yes, sir, may I?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, while we are eating, if we say something or we talk, in that case, the air just pumps inside, and when in digestion, it doesn't initiate it or helps properly. And if we are listening or interested in something else, we get distracted.
I am fortunate enough because for my 8-year-old grandson, currently I am teaching digestion. So this all doesn't come in that. No, today you wrote down the first task I gave you. The second task, today you will go and watch one small video. Teach digestion to the young kids of grade 2 or 3. Then you will get some right videos. Okay, please learn what is digestion. How much you focus on the phone? You said distraction. So you only focus on the phone. Why she focuses on food? I know the reason. Anybody else knows the reason? Because she is eating hilsa machi, which has lots of bones. Which has lots and lots of bones. Unless and until you are very focused. You remember one thing, I was in charge of Calcutta Metro Railway construction. So I spent my 3 years in Calcutta. And the day I went there, sorry to say, I told everybody, who kahan se aaya hai? Because the Mumbai culture is so very different and the work culture of Calcutta was very different. And by the time I left it, I started loving it. So we were talking about the learning. Everything you please try to learn. You in your mind have a judge. You be judge. What is good to take, how much to take, how much to follow it. Yeah. And if you are not at all interested, it is up to you. It is you can. How do you how do you pass your time? Yeah. Hobbies.
Sir, I like to know about the ancient stories of the various areas
Can you
of
sit?
Indian history.
Can you sit?
I like to
Wait, no, don't talk. I'm going to ask you to get up and start talking. And who is going to measure the time? Where is the volunteer here gone? Can anybody measure the time? Okay. Okay, no, before that, you have to talk about your hobby for continuously 2 minutes. Okay? Yeah. Start. Start.
There is my particular hobby which I like the most to do on the internet. Just I do the searches and all. It's about Indian culture, history, which were all about the our dharma and I like to know about the history of Ramayana, Mahabharata, teachings of it, teachings of Bhagavad Gita and Krishna. I do like to know about them and just get inspiration from them. Our culture is very bright and it brings a very good impact on us. We should be spiritual also with our working life, which brings positivity to with us.
Okay, stop. How much?
55 seconds.
Huh?
55 seconds.
Sit. Hobby which is developed over last 15-16 years or last 5-6 years. She could talk for 55 seconds. She was given 2 minutes. I am going to tell you the most important thing of your life. When you graduate, after that, each one of you, except one person here, wants to go for but he also must listen. Why? Because he has to select people. And the HR guys ask the HR question, and one of the very favorite question is, what is your hobby? And most of you, at the end of your this thing, have written music, reading, tech, 1, 2, 3. This is written. Okay, most of you. You ask, I have interviewed. If I say lakh of people, that will be too small figure. Much more than that people. Okay? And if I give them time, talk. She took first pause at less than 30 seconds. Am I right? Nobody talks more than 20 seconds about their own hobby. Rarely you find people can talk for 2 minutes. And let's understand why people ask this question. This is a sure question where they decide not to select you. Why? They have been given target from this institute, select 100 people or 10 people, and then they shortlist 20, and now they find that all 20 are same. So one question they decide, and then you start saying that, oh, I cannot talk about my hobby. You are out. Somebody talks. Now what is that? What is a hobby? Hobby is something which you like very much, and something which you like, whether you have a passion for it. If you have a passion for it, how many of you have the reading as a hobby? Okay. This girl there, yeah. Please, yeah. Can you talk about your reading?
I mostly like to read
fictional.
Timer.
So I like to read fictional books and novels. I started reading since 6th standard. One of my friend suggested me a book, very famous book, Harry Potter, and since then I started reading a lot. There were many breaks between because of the studies and other activities. Then in 11th, 12th, I also started reading different kind of fictional books, were actually rom-com mostly. I even wrote a few small stories related to some different kind of things, like I can't reveal it, but yeah. So I used to write stories when I was in 10th in COVID period, and I have non-fictional books, but I'm more interested in fictional stories. I know few of books which like have different plots, twists, and I also had an Instagram. I was an Instagram admin for one of my favorite books.
She has a question for you. Who is the author of Harry Potter?
J.K. Rowling.
Can you talk about her?
Yeah. So I'll tell about the story about her and her connection with Harry Potter. So she wrote Harry Potter, I don't know the year, but she wrote Harry Potter and many publishers.
Was that her first book?
No, I don't think.
Which were her earlier books?
I don't know.
No, see, there is no problem with her. She is quite well prepared, I will say. If I am the HR guy to select, I would shortlist this candidate as the top. Okay. Why? Because she had the advantage of my earlier information that we want you to talk for a longer period. Okay. But she had that material also with her. Okay. Then what happened with that author and how she was, her first, I don't know, 9 or 10 books, there was no publisher was ready to publish. You know, when you talk about music is my hobby. Okay. So many people write this and they ask what music you would like. I have learned this in sound, silent music. Music makes sound and sound is silent. I never understood this. Your own passion, you do not know how to describe it. People wanted to say something, so I like music. I like all types of music. Whether it is classical music. In the classical, not only the Indian classical in terms of the North Indian as well as South Indian, but I like even the Western classical. In Western classical, Mr. Pavarotti is my favorite. However, in the Bollywood, I like not only the old songs, they were very nice, but I see that the influence of the arrangements and music is very good in the newer current songs. And there are so many good musicians are there. Particularly, I like A.R. Rahman. You know why I like A.R. Rahman? There are many people who like A.R. Rahman. But I like A.R. Rahman because he has tremendous creativity in producing his music. In one of the songs, you know, he has used the Antara first and then came the Mukra. He started with the Antara and then came up with the Mukra. You know, so in terms of the singers, again, I don't have one particular singer as a favorite. I like all. Even the current one, the Arijit also I like very much. So you don't say that I like music, my hobby is music and stop there. Why I am telling you now? Because you have to prepare for your top on hobby at the end of the 4th year. So take your 1 or 2 hobbies and start developing your top and do it actually. In reality, you have not understood what I said. Am I right? What is your hobby? I want to amplify what I said, so you please tell.
My hobby is also reading and music.
Listening to music. Okay. So what type of music you like?
I like pop music.
What is pop music? Can you describe?
Pop music is basically not just in some of country or reverb. It's pop music has more of the more energetic music, more energy in the singers, and how to explain it.
Oh, start learning this. That you have to explain it during that period. Who are the best pop singers? Update your list every year in your mind. You like him or you don't like him, but you must know because you have to speak about him. You are asked a question, talk about yourself for 1 minute or talk about yourself. Tell us about, introduce yourself. In various ways this question comes to you. When you talk about yourself also, you can talk about your hobby during that. What are you showing to the person? That if I take this girl and put him on this particular project, if she likes it, she will work passionately. That's what we see in the people. Do you understand that? We want to see the passion for what, whether they will do hard work for the thing they like. You don't do hard work for the things you don't like. But are you ready to do? We just say something? No, listen. Are you getting this? That's why I am introducing this subject right now to you. So that's why I said that from college to the corporate. Okay. This is what? Now we talk about many things and then so many things are happening and you want to do this also, you want to do that also. How many of you know that this college has got various clubs? How many of you know? Club culture is there. So, any volunteers from the IT or computer sciences? Do you have anything like robotics?
Yes, this year they introduced the robotics and AI branches. This year they introduced robotics and AI branches in college.
Who can become the member of this group?
Basically we are from Sept and this is non-technical club and anyone can join this club. But there are also departmental clubs specific to
wait a minute. She wants to join. So can she join?
No, we first take interview of those candidates and then we shortlist them and then we...
So what is the criteria? You like or you don't like the person?
No.
Okay. I'll go back to my grandson, 14-year-old. He passed his 8th and went into the 9th. Okay? Up to 5th, 6th standard, he was the #1 student in the entire institute. Okay? Then onwards, that I don't want to study started. Because why? Because anything he sees, he grabs it. That is there. So any answer he can know. Okay? Now, then it came the Bhudaya pilot, and I don't want to study. I don't have to study. Then I showed him this, and so this time July he was with me, and somehow there is a strong bond between him and me. So he agreed that he will do engineering, but aeronautical only. Okay. Fine. Now, from 8th to 9th he went, and in that school there are clubs. So he wanted to join. He has been selected into aerial robotics. Okay, but he had to write SOP. You know what is SOP? Statement of purpose. And then he gave lot of his examples of how he was watching the crashes, this, and he has written. His English is not good. He doesn't understand any other language than the English. His English is not good when I say, like he's not an author, a writer, but he sequentially he wrote quite very well and he was selected. The idea is that I was talking to Professor Narayan Marathe also, that please don't just anybody wants to join, you must encourage everybody, but see that there is a real passion in that particular person to join particular club and the purpose of the club. So you are saying that you are going to take interview, so it's a good idea. There is a second club he has joined, my grandson has joined. That club is called a speech. It is something closer to the debates. Okay. So there was an audition. Out of 135, they selected 20. He is selected. They had to give 2 speeches of 30 seconds of imitating real speeches, but imitating that person. He may be actor's dialogue or whatever. So on his own, he had selected. One was Captain from Tintin. I don't know. There is a magazine, comic magazine, Tintin. From that, he has picked up the Captain, and the second one, Margaret Thatcher, who was the Prime Minister of UK. And I just recently asked him to just. So he did not do that as per his this thing, imitating her. He said that I will clip, I will send you later on. But then, so there has to be a passion within you. When you are these extracurricular activities you are trying to do, try to find out what is that which will enhance you as a person. Don't join just like because मेरा दोस्त भी join हो रहा है इसलिए she is also joining, so I will join. Don't do like that. Do it for the purpose. Okay? And then what is happening here? You do so many activities that ultimately one day you suddenly come to know there is an exam. And tomorrow is the exam. Because you are not even aware of that. You are bunking the classes also. You are not seeing the notices also. So protect yourself from that. There are more differences. I will not dwell upon that more now. Social and cultural environment. Remember, in the school, most of the school, it will be the situation that all the students within the classroom will be more from that village or that town. This will not be the case here now. It's a different group you will see. People from different areas you will see. Different people of different languages you will see. You know Marathi very well? Because from Mumbai. Okay. Age and its needs. At school level, your needs were different. Now your needs are different. That is going to home. This is one of the most important factor. You had a family. But remember, you learn to make a family not by marrying here, by collecting good friends and roommates. Remember, I have been always telling my daughter that she is in Chicago. Your neighbors are your first relative, not I. Because if something happens, I can't reach, they will reach immediately. So relationship with your roommates, relationship with your friends here is going to be very, very, very important for you. So do you have any questions? I think either I will rush through it quickly and we can go to the next part, and so we'll take a break. So, or we'll take a break now and we'll do this? Break now. Huh?
Yes.
Break. So the break. Okay. How many minutes break? I am afraid. The first difference between Mumbai and Calcutta was this, that I went there and then in Mumbai somebody said I'll come in 5 minutes, then you can expect he will come back in 10 minutes. In Calcutta if he says in 5 minutes, in next 2-3 hours at least he will not be there. And if he is from still Bihar or some places which are not used to the Mumbai culture more support. And if we say, that means kal parso shayad aa jayega office. So we'll have a 10 minutes break, 15 minutes break. Okay, 15 minutes break. Okay. 15. Be responsible and come back yourself. Everybody see the watch right now.
पीछे उधर बालकनी में बैठे होते, अरे बालकनी में आपको पीछे दिख रही है.
Hello, this is not a lunch break. This is just a 10-15 minutes refresher break, and the session will conclude at 1 p.m.
So where should we go?
आम्हाला आत्ताच झालं पाहिजे, नंतर पण बघूया. झालं कसं त्याला काही सुचत नाही.
हो
जेवढं पुढं नाही मी जाते मग मी आपली जाते चल
सब बैग रखे हुए
How do we start? जास्त जवळ आला होता. जास्त. अच्छा इकडे आहे. ओके. Sorry, sir. इम्पॉर्टंट मेसेज. मेस 2 वाजता बंद होते असं मला देण्यात आलं. म्हणजे लवकर संपवा. म्हणजे लवकर संपवा म्हणजे वी कॅन फिनिश राईट नाउ ऑल्सो. शुड वी or should we learn something more? Should we talk something? It's up to you. Because these are the changes which are happening around you. From you are making, you are seeing what is happening in the school, and suddenly you are seeing something which is happening in the college which is so different. And some of the changes, or rather most of them, will come to you unannounced. They don't tell you that tomorrow is the change. You don't even see it, it's happening. Okay? But in this particular process, my effort was to tell you these are the changes, and so think that these are the changes going to happen, and you are going to have freedom to choose what to do. And with the freedom there is a responsibility, and I am very sure, because I have dealt with batch of 2011, 2012, 2013, and hardly there is one or two boys or girls are not doing well in life. Hardly. So I am very, very assuring you that if you choose the right things to do, definitely there is a good future available for you. Everybody, including the person who is going to do the startup, is only thinking of good for everybody else. Okay? So, what are the tips? The first and the foremost is there is going to be the change. So, don't keep on creeping. ये क्या है, ऐसा तो था नहीं, हम लोग तो ऐसे यार we are not used to it. No. मैं घर का खाना खाता था, अभी मेस का खाना है. Be part of it. You do not know that when after 4 years, then you do 2 years job, and then you go to the you study and go to American university, and the first thing before going, at least 99% of the boys or girls, they learn. You know, what do they learn? Tell me. Anybody? Yeah. Then. Wonderful. A big clap for her. I want to go one step before that. What is that they learn?
They learn to live independently and manage their own activities like what?
They learn to cook, it's correct. But before that there is one thing. Anybody else? It relates to cooking only. Yeah.
Buy their own vegetables. Buy their own stuff and know what is needed.
They learn how to use cooker. And if they are guided, and most of the students who have gone earlier, they connect with them and they tell, bring cooker, because in USA you don't get cooker. So they buy cooker and they take cooker with them. Okay? Please. So you are very right, they learn cooking. So remember one thing, till yesterday, mother's food or home food, then mess food, and then tomorrow is your own food. And those boys, if you marry, then only your food. Be sure of it, because your wife will tell you how good you are a cook. Learn this to appreciate the boys when they cook. Okay? So that you are safe after marriage, that somebody else cooks for you. We are going to talk on this more. Okay? Seek academic support. The word seek is very important. There is a support. Teachers will come, give lectures, go. But you actively pursue that, "Arey, mere ko ye samjha nahi, sir, can I meet you? Can I talk to you? When can I come to you?" You know, please try to take this support to develop your knowledge. I don't know which one is more important, because each point is important, and this one, there is nothing like it. There is nothing like this one. There should be more people working for you. First and the foremost, I request you, find out the smart people from this second year and third year and develop connection. Second year is most important because they are going to be with you for next 3 years. When you are in fourth year, they are not there. Okay? So, second year and third year, fourth year is already gone. So you can connect with them, because when you start preparing for your GRE, etc., those are the people who are going to be your guides. There are lots of websites which can guide you, but nothing like friend guiding you, which is real experience. Okay? Develop network. This is the key to the success. We have talked already about embracing independence responsibly. Develop effective study habit. This is a very important. I think today morning I have this habit, like I was telling you that on the WhatsApp group also, I don't put anything like that. While preparing the slides also, I don't prepare anything just like that. So I have prepared one slide for you. What are those effective study habits? We will come to that maybe at the end of it. Okay? Now these are different than the academic supports. There are lots of other campus supports are available besides your friends, library, etc. Please use them. We talked about it. You have every knowledge and you can't attend the exam. If you are very smart but you can't attend the interview because you are not well. See, develop yourself physically and mentally very well. This is the time to build yourself. Besides your knowledge, etc., please give attention to this. Please do not ignore this even a bit. Many professors will come and go. I will request you, start establishing a communication processes with them. It's really difficult for the teacher. Like say for example, I am standing here and talking to you. It's very difficult for me to know and remember. Faces remembering is not a difficulty, but the names etc. is not possible. So you make an effort, you know that one person, you go to him, talk to him, I want this, sir, I want to learn this, where will I get this, etc., etc. Please start asking this question, okay? Enjoy this learning experience. Any question is there? Yeah.
So when we decide we are successful in our life?
First of all, don't force anybody and yourself to decide whether you are successful or not. First, take it out of your mind. Because who has watched the 100-meter run in the recent Olympics? Wonderful. Can you tell me in how many, who won and how many seconds? I'm answering you.
I don't remember, but I know that he made a world record.
Yeah. And remember, that is not a goal for the rest. To beat it is a goal. So your success goes on the parameter when you cannot decide I am successful. It is that moment. Yes, enjoy it. I am successful. I wanted it. I got it. wanted to crack this interview, I got the job. Enjoy it. You have to prove now on the first day that you are very good. Okay, it doesn't stop anywhere. Success doesn't stop. However, I don't know whether we have time. I wanted to give you a formula for success. Okay. So it's there. Whether we have time or not, we'll see. Effective study habits. Okay. Schedule study time. Take breaks. There is some technique called as I don't know very well. Pomodoro. Why it is called as Pomodoro? Anybody knows why it is called as Pomodoro? The Italian guy who was who invented this, he used a timer. That timer was in the tomato shape, which are called as something Pomodoro or something in the Italian this thing, and that's why this Pomodoro technique came. The name came then Pomodoro. Anybody knows what is a Pomodoro technique? Yeah?
It's like 25 minutes self-focused study and 5 minutes break, and again 25 minutes study and 5 minutes break. That's what circles till you complete your work.
There is one more aspect is there. Do it for 4 times. Okay, so 25, 100 minutes, and you had the 5 minutes break. But after 4 minutes, have a half an hour. Okay, enjoy whatever you want to do. But when you are doing the study, don't do other things. That's the technique says. But let it be consistency be there, which is also an important thing. I remember, I'm sorry, my examples may take the time, but then it is very important. Most of you in India are fans of cricket. Okay? So, there is an old story. It is about the cricketer whose name you probably may not know right now. His name was Colin Cowdrey, because it's a real story, I'm giving you that. Okay? Colin Cowdrey. And he was the best batsman that time, and he was known for his extra cover drive. Anybody knows what is an extra cover drive? Oh, none? Okay, anyway. It's a field placement. There is a cover and extra cover, and he was very good in doing that particular thing. And he used to practice every day in the morning, and he started seeing one young boy of say maybe 10, 12 years or whatever, was always watching him. Okay. At one particular time, the both eyes met and smiled. So the next onwards, the smile started. The next step was that boy said, "Good morning, sir," and this fellow also said good morning, and they were seeing each other for some 1, 2 weeks or 3 weeks or whatever, and then he said, "Oh, you are interested in cricket?" He said, "Yes, sir. I wanted to learn from you the extra cover drive." "Oh," he said, "only that much?" He said, "Yes, come here." And he called him inside. He asked him how to hold the bat, how to take a stance, which leg should be put forward first, where should be the pressure on this left hand should be used to give the direction. Okay, this should be used to give the actual strength, right hand should, etc., etc. He said, and this is, you do like this. Okay, fine. He was so, that boy was so happy, and he said, thank you, thank you. He said, okay, welcome, welcome. And that fellow was going, and he said, "I only forgot to tell you one thing. Come here." He said, "What is it?" "Do it 1 million times. Practice, consistency, regularity. That is what is needed. Nothing happens. You see a 20-second ad of Virat Kohli, and then he next day goes out for 0, and you say, "Hey, kya khali ad karte rehta hai?" No. They get up at 4 o'clock. Practice 3 hours. Then go to the gym. 2 hours. What wanted diet, you wouldn't like to eat it anytime. So you have got that position because of that and because of this hard work, and they also know that my revenue will go down the moment I stop performing. So if you are sarcastically telling anybody that, oh, ye kya karta hai, sirf ad karte rehta hai, that is not true. They all know, they are all better now. They understand that we have to do it everything consistently. At right time, get proper sleep. Very important. Okay? Whatever your schedule, decide and take it. I don't know. Very difficult. Eliminating distraction. I would request, I like to develop any habit by putting smaller targets. आज से मैं ये बंद करेगा, I never say in my mind. If I am on the mobile for 8 hours or 3 hours, I will say 2.5 hours, not more. Slow, because that is then achievable. It has happened with me. I was 84 kg. This is 1.5 years back story, and I went to the doctor. That so they had the big program, and in which I was sent to the psychiatrist also. She asked me one question, that, and she was on the phone. And she asked me the question that, why you want to join this program? I said, because I want to use the clothes which I bought over the last 2 years. I am unable, every time I am increasing and I am buying the pants of the bigger waist, bigger waist, bigger waist. So she started laughing, and she went and told to the chief, this is his plan, and that's why he wants to join. That chief told me, let me tell you, at your age, it's, I won't say impossible, but it's very difficult to reduce the weight. Okay? So this is the diet, this is this, this is this. And they were telling me, I am 73. Okay? And they had given up that I cannot reduce at all. And I said that every weekend I go for a brunch and I eat as much as I want. I drink whatever I want. They said, then you want to do cheating? I said, where is the cheating? I am telling you that I will not. 6 days I will do, 7. No, at least 3 months. I said, if you tell me this, then after 2 weeks I will stop even for that day also. Allow me, that I know that I have to do it only for 6 days, so that, you know, when it's only 1 day break, then I go back to my routine. And that has helped me. I came down from 84 to 68 kg. Again, it has gone up to 71. Okay. But don't have big targets if you want to change into some bad habit to good habit. That one decision is taken, no, you want to change, that is enough. Now take the smaller targets, put small steps. The goal is there, you will reach provided your steps are, there. Don't try to hang on to that, jump and go to that fan. No, not possible. What is study? Setting goals, time management, understand and don't memorize. This is the basic difference you have to do. Maybe little, but try to understand it more than memorizing a big thing. This is the change you have to bring in from the school to the college now. And the best way is trying to understand anything, I will give you only one clue. If this is the chapter you are not understanding, decide that I have to teach this chapter to somebody else. The moment you have to teach, you can teach only when you are thorough with that particular subject. So everything you read as if you are going to teach somebody. If you do that, you have won the battle, absolute battle. Even this 7 Habits of Effective People, which is the highest seller book, in that how to read the book, this is the one is given. That read my every chapter as if you have to teach somebody. Okay? And of course, discipline and वो ये ऐसा ऐसा करती है, वो ऐसा करता है. Don't bother. What suits you, you take your own method. Don't bother that this is the only way. Group study is the best thing. No. You don't like it, don't do it. You like only group study, do it. You like to read loudly, alone, do that. Whatever you like, you do that. You develop your own method. Oh my God, somebody. I think I have not sent the second part, so I have to send it. This one. While I am taking this 2 minutes break, 2 people I want. This way, you have to summarize what we have talked so far. So you talk only half, and then somebody else, some boy, and then you, 3 of you. Okay. Try to do it. Okay. You can stand there and talk.
मला कसलं का काय काय मेल केलं ते आलाय का मेल
Greetings everyone, this is Riyadi, first year computer science batch. So now I will be summarizing what we did in the first part. In this, Sir explained various aspects of how to deal with the transition from school life to college life. Here, there are many difficulties as we face because school has a well-structured format, and in college, it is all about what we do and how we manage the things. Because here, we are our own rulers and it's a kingdom to rule. Secondly, here, we have to first arrange and organize what all aspects we need to focus on. Because in college, there are many varieties and aspects and the spectrums which we need to explore and in where do we go. Here, there are many clubs. In the clubs, you may have outreach, you may develop connections, and there are many aspects on what you should think, go and do. Secondly, when we come to college, there are many distractions too. There may be many people, peer pressure, and how to cope that. So explain very well that whenever you have peer pressure, be strong, be solid on what you want to achieve and how you want to go forward with a team. And that's the first part.
The second, somebody else.
Thank you.
Take from here. Who wants to? A big hand for us. Who is there? Who wants to come? Right? Failure, they say, is the first step of success. How many of you agree with that? Really, I tell you that is the most important thing to happen in life. We are all learning from the cycling also, isn't it? we fail, then we know that that was not the way. Yeah, go ahead.
So in the second part, hello, myself Srinish Shinde. So in the second part, sir told us about freedom comes with responsibility. So when we are here, earlier we were dependent on our parents, and like all of the things they used to do for us, like our school uniform, our school bus, coming from school, coming to class, everything was arranged by our parents. Now from on we are on our own. Somehow we got a mess and a room to live. So right now we are a bit off. We have given our responsibility to the owners, but still like studying on our own, attending the classes, lot of things sir has told us, and that is our responsibility. If we leave that responsibility, then we will have to cope up with the consequences of it.
Okay, thank you. I think we have very less time now. Your mess closes at 2 o'clock. Can we extend up to 1:15 now? Okay. How do we show it there? Anybody knows? Now we have to put that. I think you already put it. Sorry. Oh, my simple question. Why have you joined? Let's assume that you wanted to become an engineer, so you joined. Okay? So you want to become an engineer? So go and become the best engineer. The best. Okay? This is my question. Is that enough? My second part is built on this. Let's see the case of an engineer. Let's assume that Mr. A or Miss A marks are the best, and as per the exam result, he or she is number 1 in the institute. Why this has come? Okay. My point is that is not going to be enough. Why? I will give an example. We have selected the best of the civil engineer for the project. Okay? In the interview, he has been found to have the excellent knowledge of planning, and put him in the planning department. 6 months he was working under somebody, new project came, he was put into the planning department under that very good planner, and that planner after 6 months said that, "Bhai, isko leke jao wapas, we don't want him." I said, why? Then when we started understanding closely that this boy's communication was a terrible aspect. He was not able to, because planner has to go to the site and understand what has happened, whether it is happening as per this or not, and then she said that it has not happened as per this. Why it has not happened? Start fighting with her. You cannot tell anything and come back and tell that no, they are not telling. Only complaints and only complaints. Without realizing that you have to work in a team. You have to try and understand. You have to encourage, if you have to take information from her or him, you have to encourage that person to give you the information. Everywhere in the life it is a saying. When you suppose you are more than 2 siblings in the house, your mother every day you like one sabji and your other sister doesn't like it. Do you think that your mother can make all the sabjis in that you like and she likes also? Cannot. So she convinces you by making some timetable, some schedule, some telling you the advantages of those, or learning some different techniques of making those vegetables and encouraging you to try something else. So you cannot restrict yourself to your engineering knowledge. This is the point I want to tell you. Your engineering knowledge is most important. Don't think that I am telling you that is not important. But that is not enough. Rest of the things have to happen, and therefore participate in everything which is happening in the college and see the world around you. Only be conscious, have that conscious effort that how much time you are giving to each one. Okay? This is I am not going through this all. I am trying to come to the time management. In college and work life, these are the differences. And the time management becomes very, very, very important aspect. You have to manage the time to achieve the goals, to become efficient, to be in control, to have a sense of balance, to reduce stress, because if you don't finish with the deadlines, you start crying, oh, I cannot finish it. So if you are not scheduled properly, this will happen. So that you can enjoy life and make smarter choices. How many hours you have per week? Very easy. 24/7 is 168. Okay? On an average, I have gone through some studies, and I have found that the average engineer in India is around 36 to 37 hours per week he has the college activities. You are lucky. Professor Marathi told me you have only stayed 27. This is what he told me. So I changed my presentation to 27. Okay? So how much is balance? 141. Sleep is 56. I have taken it as 56. How much daily?
8 hours.
8 hours daily. You want more? Then you can skip the lectures more. I am not suggesting, but unless and until you skip somewhere, you cannot do that. Balance is 85. Eat, bath, travel 22. I have given. You can give less or more. You decide. This is the standard I have tried to find out by Googling. Okay? It was coming something 18, 24. I have come to 22. Balance is 63. How you use 63, that is 9 hours per day, is going to decide what you will be at the end of the 4th year. Okay? This is going to determine. So, how many clubs you want to join? You decide. How many times to go out with the friends? You decide. How much time on the YouTube, this, that, you decide. It is up to you. It is entire, because there is a freedom available to you. Freedom, आप जैसे choose करोगे वैसे. So what else is there? Surfing, clubs, hobbies, mobile, extracurricular activities, and what is there? किसको कितना टाइम देना है? You people decide. Okay? Create schedules, most important. Set goals. Has any one of you prepared the timetable during the school days, your own personal? Many. So there are quite a many who are used to it. Very good. I am very happy. When now in the college, right now, when you make the timetable, my one request for you is, don't be very rigid right now. keep it little fluid, because you will learn over a period of 1, 2, 3 months that what actually you need to do. Today you really will not know. So today's your timetable, keep it dynamic, keep it changing. If it is not need to be changed, don't change it. But if it's needed, be flexible and be accommodative of what are the needs of the environment. Avoid time wasters, and the last one, very difficult one, is don't make excuses. Get motivated. Everybody knows these SMART goals, so I'm not going to go through it. Schedule, you do it. I'm trying to now come, because we have less time, I'll try to come to this success formula. Even if I don't talk much about it, I think this is a very key. Because many times our whole thing is there. ये मैं कल से जरूर करूँगा. I will do it tomorrow. Then tomorrow really becomes tomorrow. It doesn't become today anytime. Okay? Then this Pomodoro technique which we were talking about. Okay, this is one thing which may help you little later, but you can think about it. Whatever you have to do, there are two aspects of it. One is it's due right now, and it is not due right now. On the other aspect, other axis, what is there, which is very important and it is not so important. And so, in my life, this has helped me a lot. This is also called as Eisenhower's technique. Urgent and important, first priority on your list, do that. Not urgent but important, schedule it for later sometime. Not important but urgent, do it in a manner that you don't unnecessarily waste time, or find out somebody who can do it. Okay? In the working life, this is very important. And the last one is delete it. Don't even talk about that particular work. Okay? We will not go through the quiz because we have no time. I don't know how to which are the soft skills which are very important. What is adaptability and flexibility? What is the difference between these two words? We try to use the words just like that. Are they same or a little different? Yes. Yeah.
Well, adaptability is where you adapt to a situation and you manage your things as per that situation. And flexible be like you are in that situation and you tend to be what the flows are in you.
In a way, you are correct. Okay. The first one is absolutely correct. That is the adaptability. Flexible is slightly different. You change yourself to get adapted. Okay. It is something like that. So anyway, I am going to, because we don't have the time, I want to come to the formula of the success as much as possible. These are all the things needed. I do not know how I can circulate it through Professor Marathe or somebody, then people can see it. Okay. To come up in life, they say only two things are required. How many things are required? Two. One is empathy, another is ego drive. What is empathy? Anybody tell me? I know, therefore I came here. Yeah. Take after him.
Having awareness of the emotions of an individual.
Of an individual. मतलब किसका?
मतलब अगर कोई गरीब है तो उसके टुवर्ड्स एम्पैथी हम दिखा सकते हैं. Like that.
What is the meaning of sympathy? Confused? Okay, fine. Yeah.
Well, when we are in empathy, we try to put ourselves in other person's shoes, how that person in that frequencies are reacting or behaving. So we take a manner that we are in more human approach. Then as to feel pity of the person, we tend to pull that person out of that problem or situation.
Okay.
That's it.
Fine. I would like to explain it with the example. Suppose you are a big officer and you are sitting in your office and doing very well your work, and then from you wanted tea, and one fellow from the local vendor, one fellow comes, young boy, his shirt is little torn, okay, and he has come and he has served you tea and gone. Now you feel for him that he doesn't have the proper shirt, and so you buy a shirt for him and give him the next day. That is sympathy. If you have empathy, then you will realize one thing, that in his mind, he wants to sit here and give the shirt to others. That is empathy. You understood the difference? That he wants to be like you. And therefore respect anybody and everybody in life. Whatever he is. Okay? And what is ego drive? बड़ा ego से काम करो. Am I telling you that? No, this ego word, don't misuse it. It's a drive that you want to be successful all the time, everywhere. There are two different ends. One is empathy, you want everybody to be successful. And here you want only to be successful. And in life they say when these two things are there in one person, that person becomes the most successful in life. Those who are thinking that only for others and not for self, he is the poorest one in life and cannot even help others, because he wanted to help others but he cannot, because he has not earned himself, because he never cared for himself. Those who are only caring for self and not for others, they have lots of broken relationships. At workplace, at home and everywhere. Because they want only self, me. Okay. You have to have equal, both top, both into one. Okay. Just see, for empathy, what is important? And for ego drive, these are the things important. We are coming to the end of our discussion. How many of you are aware of formula F1? Okay, very good. So now today learn from me my formula of S1. Not from my name, Shekhar, it is from success. So there is a simple formula for success. S is equal to A into B into C raised to G. S is success is equal to A is ability, B is behavior, C is commitment, and G, what is it? 4. Okay. I'm not going to tell you right now. Okay. What is the formula? If you are all, you know the mathematics very well. AC is equal to, into the bracket, A into B into C. So to understand G, we will have to help some example. Let's understand a person having the 100% ability. And he has behavior is 100% and commitment is 100%. What is the total? 10,000? No. How much? 1 lakh. Okay, whatever. Raised to G. So whatever is G, G will multiply it. Okay, exponentially. Okay. Let's assume that the other fellow has the ability equal 100%. Behavior is 100%. 10 into 10, and the next 10, that is the commitment is 0. So what is the product? 0 raised to G. Even the God cannot help. G is God. G is luck. Those who depend on the luck and God, they have to basically understand whatever in you, that only will be multiplied. Now don't try to give me some odd example. If you want, you can try to do that. Okay? But let's see. I don't know. I will come to this slide definitely. Please remind me if I forget. All of us know him. Sachin Tendulkar. And who is this? Vinod Kambli and Sachin Tendulkar. The formula A into B into C raised to G totally applies in this case. Do you know? To Google, I put this question of this A, B, C. I gave this formula and put it. And give example. One of the example was this. Not my own. I had this example in my mind. Google also gave this example. Because your G can help you only if you have something in you. You cannot change your parents and become that Mukesh Ambani will become your parent now. You are already born. Okay? So if you want to depend on this formula, he became the only 1 minute is there. I am not going to talk this. This is the program I launched for the first year students in 2011. Okay? Because I find that more than 70% of my boys, the best one, boys and girls, were not able to speak English. All of them were good in maths, physics, science, everything. And college had less resources. So I developed a new method. Teach ourselves English speaking. I divided them into group of 6. The entire batch. I have all those Excel sheets with me right now. Okay? And in that I have taken the English marks of the 10th and 11th. And the best student I took out, and those 2 students were put into the 6th group. Okay? Then they were asked that that was weekly, you can try it fortnightly. Take any subject. If there is a group of 6 are formed, take any subject, and the next week, next Saturday, you have to talk on that subject. The 6 are there. Then I asked third year, one volunteer in that group, just to ensure that nobody laughs at others. That was my first rule. Everybody has to talk, but nobody will laugh. And the first 2 times, they can even bring something written and read. Then onwards, memorize and speak. Just I wanted people to have the the practice of speaking English in front of somebody else. And then any topic they used to collect, movies. What the topic is, that group has to decide at the end of the meeting that next week we will have this particular topic. And then on this stage, I have the photos. On this stage we had the championship, toast championship. One of the boys who contacted me said, "Sir, I was not able to speak even one word of English today. I am doing so very well in my company, and I am rated as one of the best communicator. But I always go back to this thing." This has, in last 6 days, I have received this message. It is up to you. I am not there to monitor or available. Any professor would like to help you. You can decide that. Last time I had Anil Surve was the Professor Anil Surve was the in charge of this particular thing. It is entirely up to you. Now there are some more things, but then I will come to. There is one word, one file was there. Okay. Instead of spending time, I am going to do this last point, that if I ask people, please write your 3 strengths and 3 weaknesses, I find that many people write honesty and integrity as their strengths. Okay, and weaknesses, more than 50% cannot even write even a single weakness. They don't understand their first weakness is not to understand self. Because each one of us have got pluses and minuses. Now I have totally against in the, if I asked a question to the people that we want to select you for this job of engineer, okay, whatever engineer, and so what are your strengths? So he said, honesty, integrity. Remember one thing, this person is more than 100% of the time is not selected. How many times not selected? Do you mean to say I don't want honesty and integrity? The guy who makes this coffee, he should be honest or not? Chai wala should be honest or not? Yes. You are sitting in a plane, that pilot should be honest or not? Your driver should be honest or not? Your mother should be honest or not? You should be honest or not? Your conductor should be honest or not? Who should not be honest? So honesty is required. The Peter Drucker, if you Google it just now, it will come, the father of modern management, has only said, loyalty and integrity, or honesty and integrity, on their own do not produce anything. What is it? Honesty and integrity on its own do not produce anything. Their absence falters everything else. Miss, if you are the best engineer and if you are not honest, you will not be successful. Honesty and integrity is required. Please don't misunderstand me that it was not required. But that is not the thing for becoming the best planning engineer or becoming the... When such question is asked, you try to find out what are the skills required, and those strengths, whether you have it or not, you try to tell that. Okay? Thank you very much. It was a good interaction after a long time.
Thanks a lot, sir. I am sure that people or students have got many more insights for getting into their engineering now. And the talk was useful for me also, even though I have graduated many years back. Right? So I know all of you are very hungry. So we'll be taking 1 hour lunch break. So let's gather at 2:25.
सावकाश जावा रे इथनं सावकाश जावा इथनं नाही नाही नारायण सर म्हणजे कशासाठी पाहिजे
of Induction Program, Day 3. Now we have an immense personality, Professor Narayan Marathi Sir, Associate Professor in Electronics Engineering Department. May I call Professor Khoth Sir to felicitate Professor Narayan Marathi Sir. May I request Dr. Khoth Sir and Professor Narayan Marathi Sir to come on the stage.
or like
Professor Narayan Marathi Sir is currently working as an Associate Professor in Electronics Department at Walchand College of Engineering. He is the recipient of the first Anna Saheb Behere Ideal Teacher Award in 1999, instituted in the college based on student feedback. He had worked as a member as well as chairman of ad hoc board in industrial electronics at Shivaji University, Kolhapur. He was an elected member of local management committee of the college for 2 terms. He is also working as a director of Employees Credit Cooperative Society for the 3rd term. He was a member of Diploma Admission Committee constituted by DTE and Equivalence Committee constituted by AICT. Now may I request Narayan Marathi Sir to be continue with his inspirational speech.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. Before we begin, there are a few instructions to be given regarding the Saturday's program. From this year on, I am sure that everybody of you is aware about the placement scenario of this college, and that happens to be one of the prime reasons for students to come over here. In order to further enhance the quantity is not the issue for us. In order to further enhance the quality of placement, it has been decided by the authorities that right from the beginning, with the phenomenon of catch them young, from the first year itself, and that right from the induction program, we have subscribed to an integrated training cum assessment portal, My Perfectis. It is being offered to you without any additional cost, and at the same time it is compulsory. So each of you will be provided with a login on which you can access the portal. The portal contains all necessary material for aptitude development of all kinds, verbal, non-verbal, aptitude, then quantitative, domain specific, and coding as well. Prior to start, without any preparation, I am just announcing the modalities. You are not supposed to prepare anything because that is the diagnostic test. Please don't prepare anything for a test because that will give pseudo alarm. Diagnostic test at the entry is expected to know what you are at raw state. Based on that, this portal is for 1 year, wherein many times you can take test and complete diagnostic report of your strengths and weaknesses and the areas wherein you should focus more will be available. That will provide a tailor-made further training path for every individual. So the representatives of that organization will be coming here. Saturday morning they will explain to you each and everything, how to log in. For that, now you have given your own email IDs when you have filled in the ERP form. Now, the domain, or what we can say, the mail server, your emails end with, say, most of them now Gmail, but the emails which end up with ac.in have got its own inherent advantages, wherein you try to subscribe for any academic portals. So the email ID will be @valchansangli.ac.in. All will be made available to you by tomorrow. So with those, you have to register for that My Perspectives portal. The test will be there, and based on that, every week, in addition to our regular academics, your timetables are having 27 hours per week load. In addition to that, we will be occupying few slots for offline sessions, whereas a few based on portals, so as to make you super competent to get placed. And I am sure that by the exact 3 years time from now, maybe around September 27, we aim at 100% placement of all the students. And also obviously all other opportunities like higher education means now you would be provided with all possible facilities which make you a full-fledged graduate engineer, so that you can decide your next journey in June 2028. So with this, now this was somewhat informative. Now we start this today's session on NEP 2020. You might have heard about this buzzword at least from last 2 years. What is the full form of NEP 2020? Anybody else? I know that she was talking something, so she knows something. What? Anybody else? New. Unfortunately, even though full form is correct as per the abbreviation N, but it is not new. It is National Education Policy. It is National Education Policy 2020. When it was prior to this, anybody remembers? This is NEP. That full form was also NEP. What was that? In which year it took place? Anybody recollects? Do you recollect? No. Prior to this, NEP 2020 is the recent one. When it was earlier revised? 20? No. Nobody. See, if this question would have been asked 2 decades back, then one can accept that we are unaware. But in today's age, unawareness to such important thing is not acceptable, because everything is available to get at your fingertips. Nobody? It was in 1986. It was new education policy, 1986, and it was somewhat further modified. It was a new education policy 1986 as modified in 1992. Prior to that, what were the stages? Anybody knows? Anybody knows as about Kothari Commission, Radhakrishnan Commission? Then basically, can anybody now, name is clear, National Education Policy. Can anybody justify the reason for the name national? Why it is national?
Because it is including all the aspects of the states and in work, the students can access education from every individual state as well as from the
Any other justification? Okay. Anybody else? Then what are, if you are asked, let's say, in one paragraph, describe what NEP 2020 is. What are the main features?
Well, in this new education policy, here the student can access education from each and every aspect. Here we are not restricting the students to a specific level. They can access the students
that you describe the details, but what is the now? Have you seen boards, vision, mission, objectives, and quality policy? Have you seen boards somewhere in the college? Anybody has captured what is vision of the college? Anybody knows it? Vision at many places boards are put. On the website also you might have seen the vision of this college. To produce capable graduate engineers with an aptitude for research and leadership is vision of the college. So it's a very generic and doesn't describe anything specifically. Then it boils down to mission, then objective, quality policy. So what she described are details, but with what prime objective NEP is devised. There is a fundamental policy shift. What is that? With the crux of NEP. Flexibility is not a crux. It's what we can say implementation issue. Anyone? What? No. That is not the crux. Outcome based. Okay. And
It can learn from any branch and will not be limited to a specific branch.
right. Again, you are quite what we can say on implementation forum. The theme was to substantially change the colonial mindset of entire education sector in our country. What is colonial mindset? Lord Macaulay has written a very long note. Do you know in which year he prepared the note? Okay, prior to that, we heard about Takshashila Nanda Vidyapit, that is too old. When university system started in the present form in India, anybody knows? No, not that. Nalanda Takshashila is old, ancient India, we can say. In the existing form, current form, formal university education, when it started in India? No, I didn't research. भारतामध्ये सध्या ज्या स्वरूपात आहे त्या स्वरूपात उच्च शिक्षणाची सुरुवात कधी झाली? विद्यापीठ कधी स्थापन झाली भारतात? जुनी नव्हे, एक फॉर्मल ज्याला अतिशय औपचारिक स्वरूप आहे मुंबई विद्यापीठ कधी चालू झालं? एनिबडी नोज? Bombay University, that time it was Bombay University, which is the establishment year of Bombay University. 1800 what? 1857. When CUET was established? 1854. Okay, we'll come to each and every aspect. That is, then one will say, what is use of it? See, that we cannot have piecemeal connect between what you listen and what is the outcome, what is this end result. Ultimately, all of these things combine into you to have a cumulative effect. So Macaulay put a note, and it was considered by that time, it was not what we can say, many universities were established. That time it was not what we can say British rule in India. It was East India Company rule. In 1858, with Queen's Proclamation, the British rule came in India. But prior to that, Macaulay has put something that was considered. And in 1854, one famous person, Wood, has sent a detailed note that is called as Wood's Dispatch. It came from UK to India, and based on its report, 3 universities, which were the 3 universities established in 1857? Anybody knows? Bombay 1, Calcutta 2nd, and not Delhi, Madras. Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras universities were established in 1857. Then, what happened? Somehow, why it happened so, there are many reasons and many people will have many ways of it, what we can say, analyzing it. But it was a fact that somehow the rich legacy of our country, a full-fledged education system, there was some gap and somehow it was not reaching everyone in formal form, and therefore it was possible for British people to entirely take the system in their hand. And it was run in the same mindset. Even after independence, for quite some time, we say that these are, it is again arguable, but we say that even though our administrators are Indian, their minds are British. So, what we can say, making aware to our own citizens that India has a very rich culture, not only on humanity and all these things, it is having a rich legacy of fundamental knowledge. So Indianization of education, especially higher education, that was first, is very prime. Then second is education in mother tongue. Why education in mother tongue is important? I will explain you. Today you might be, how many of you have done 10th through English medium? Now almost it is equal. What are the, now you have done 10th in English medium. Can you elaborate what are the problems of English medium?
We actually not able to spell or understand some our mother tongue words, like in Marathi there.
Okay, then that's okay. Suppose that there is forgotten, that is not a major thing which will be impacting you. Means to become what we can say alien in our own region, that may be associated disadvantage. But what is the prime limitation in teaching learning process? So, yeah, that's one. And one very important thing which I will elaborate, that mother, you want to elaborate something? Mother, no, right. So, see, this is something which should be valued and respected, there is no doubt about it. But right now my question is not on that count. If we go beyond everything and just focus on understanding of core thing, what is the advantage and disadvantage of English medium? Right, yeah.
Well, coming to the advantages, it's good for international exposure. You are employing as a you have to monitor most of the
Yeah.
come to disadvantage because this mother has learned this as ourselves and integration. The teacher is speaking or teaching in English in mother tongue. So he directly encourage the idea of English students and
because it's not completely in English, it's English medium, you can say.
English?
English.
Okay.
That's right.
See, at our place, we have got extreme exceptions. One, how human beings and animals. So language is the prime differentiating parameter. Non-human beings also can communicate in different ways, but language is something, ability to speak and listen is something which is a main differentiator. Now my question is, how a language is, what is the sequence of language being learned? In what are the processes in language? Number one, reading, writing, talking, and listening. Agreed? So, tell me, in what sequence a language is supposed to be learned? Sequence. Listen. I give you 4 things: reading, writing, talking, listening. What is the exact scientific sequence? First, listening, then
Talking.
first listening, then listening, speaking, then reading and writing. Even today, we have today your generation is not much aware about adult literacy mission. प्रौढ साक्षरता अभियान आता बऱ्यापैकी असल्यामुळे तसं फारसं तुम्हाला माहिती नाही. But that indicates that there are many adults who have not gone to school and who are unable to read and write. ज्यांना लिहिता वाचता येत नाही असे आता कमी आहेत, परंतु असे साधारणतः एक जे आपण शाळेचं वय म्हणतो 10 ते 15+, 15 वर्षाच्या पेक्षा मोठे आणि लिहिता वाचता येत नाहीत असे लोक आहेत अजून देखील. मग त्यांना बोलता ऐकता कळत नाही मराठी. सो reading, that is a script. Script is much later. Script comes much later. So sequence is listening, then talking, then reading and writing. Now how English is learned in India? First, not even reading. They make you to write first. Write, then read, then listen, then so the most any linguistic scientist in the world, if you ask this question, it is the exact reverse sequence and which should have never been. म्हणजे भारतामध्ये इंग्रजी शिकवण्याचं जे जगात अपवाद गोष्ट आहे ती आपल्या इथे घडते दुर्दैवानं, की आधी लिपी आणि मग बोलणं असं जगात दुसरं कुठं नाही. म्हणजे खूप म्हणजे आणखी जर आता आज माहित नाही की जशी ह्युमन राईट अवेअरनेस वाढतो, पूर्वी शाळेमध्ये विद्यार्थ्याला शिक्षक शिक्षा करत असत, ऐकलं असं तुम्ही छडीनं हातावर मारायचं, डस्टर फेकून मारायचं वगैरे. आज ते केलं तर त्याला शिक्षा आहे, त्याची क्राईम. पण पूर्वीच्या काही वाटत नाही. अजून मग आता शाळेत जो बालवय आहे मुलांचं, त्यामध्ये त्यांच्या बरोबर जे बिहेवियर घडतं. आता कसं असतं, आज ज्यांना मागलेलं आहे त्यांना असं वाटत नाही, कारण त्यांना माहिती असतं की त्यांच्या भल्याकरता केल्या वगैरे वगैरे. परंतु ते जर का सोडून दिलं, इफ यू ओनली लुक ॲट दी ॲक्ट इज रॉंग. तो त्या जेव्हा त्याला शिक्षा झाली असेल त्याला खूप वाईट वाटतं. तसं आणखी काही वर्षांनी, यू अंडरस्टँड मराठी? नो. आफ्टर फ्यू डेज यू वुड बी एबल टू अंडरस्टँड मराठी दॅन अदर्स, मच मोर दॅन अदर्स अंडरस्टँड इंग्लिश. तर बालवयामध्ये मुलांचा छळ याच्यावर जर काही संशोधन झालं आणि काही वर्षांनी सर्वे केला गेला, तर भारतामध्ये म्हणजे जो अदरवाईज वेल टू डू आहे, बऱ्यापैकी तुमच्यातले सगळे बऱ्यापैकी रिझनेबल ह्याच्यातले आहेत सोशल स्टॅटामध्ये, जेणेकरून बाकी फारशा अडचणी नाही असू शकतात, त्या आपण ओव्हरकम करणार आहोतच. पण तो आता चर्चेचा विषय. एक ॲव्हरेज स्टुडंट आहे, बऱ्यापैकी हुशार आहे, अबव ॲव्हरेज तुमच्यासारखे. तर शाळेत जाणाऱ्या वयामध्ये सर्वाधिक छळ जो मांडायचा झाला, अनालिसिस करायचं झालं, तर काय मोठा छळ आहे? तर पहिलीपासून इंग्लिश मीडियममध्ये शिक्षण हा खूप मोठा छळ आहे. का? तर फॉर हर देज नो प्रॉब्लेम. आपली अडचण अशी होते, घरी कोणाला इंग्लिश येत नाही, शाळेत जे शिक्षक आहेत तेही मूळ इंग्लिश नसतात. मेजर प्रॉब्लेम. तुमच्यापैकी तुम्ही हे ऐकले परा पश्चिंती मध्यमा वैखरी हे 4 शब्द ऐकले का? नो वन. परा पश्चिंती मध्यमा आणि वैखरी. नाही परा वैखरी म्हणजे काय? मी हे मराठी शब्द आहे ना, कुठल्या लँग्वेज बंगाली वगैरे नाही आहे. वैखरी म्हणजे मी बोलतो ते, म्हणजे मी जेव्हा एखादी गोष्ट बोलतो ती प्रोसेस कशी करते. हाऊ आय एम टॉकिंग, वर्ड्स कम आउट फ्रॉम वेअर, फ्रॉम द माउथ. बट thinking process, conceiving of a thought, that is para. Then crystallizing it further, that is pashyanti. Then composing that into broad sequence of words, madhyama. And actually acting of words is vaishnavi. So when I talk in mother tongue, that is an obvious process. And how you understand? You understand because whatever you listen, see, understanding process is so complex. The thing is, it's a very important statement. The process of understanding is much more complicated than actual understanding. Again, see, there will be many diversions because it is just like you might have heard Vikramaditya's story. Vikramaditya was not a judge, but there was a bench seat of the judge. So that seat has got a property. What Vikramaditya said, no, when I sit on that chair, everything becomes automatic. So like that, I never come up with what I want to deliberate. I come here, start talking, and then things flow. So what is the process of understanding is a big question, and not only from legacy point of view or culture point of view, from advanced analysis point of view of teaching process is quite important. It was the question asked, how many of you know Nachiket and Yama story? Nachiket, have you heard about? Name you have heard about. Anyway, Nachiket and Yama story माहिती आहे कोणाला? You know? कशामध्ये येतील?
डिटेलमध्ये नाही माहिती, पण मला एवढं माहिती की नचिकेत यमाला विचारलं की जीवनाचा अर्थ काय आहे.
ते कशामध्ये येतील नचिकेत यम स्टोरी? कुठल्या उपनिषदामध्ये? कठोपनिषद म्हणून एक आपल्या उपनिषद आहे. आता बऱ्याचदा काय होतं तर एक दोन गोष्टी इंग्रजांनी आय थिंक यू विल बी एबल टू अंडरस्टँड, यू कॅन पुट इट इन ट्रान्सलेटर लॅटर ऑन इट इज अवेलेबल ऑन यूट्यूब. इंग्रजांनी काय केलं की एक कमीपणाची भावना निर्माण केली आणि आपल्यापैकीच बऱ्याच लोकांना त्यातल्या जे जरा शहाणे होते त्यांना ऑब्विस आहे स्पर्धा जगा सर्वत्र आहे, कितीही जरी भ्रातृभाव म्हणलं तरी असत नाही. तसं आपल्यातले जर थोडे शहाणे होते त्यांना आपल्यातले बाकीचे भंपक आहेत हे सांगण्यामध्ये आनंद वाटू लागला. इंग्रजांच्या काळात रेल्वेचे रूळ होते, त्या रेल्वेचे रूळ जे होते त्या रुळावर रेल्वेचं जे लोखंडी सामान होतं तर त्या सामानावर त्यांनी काय केलं, ते चोरी जाऊ नये म्हणून काय केलं, हा चोरीचा माल आहे असं त्याच्यावर एम्बॉस केलं होतं की जे सहजासहजी कोणाला नष्ट करता येणार. खूप प्रकारे त्यांनी हे केलं. तसं इथलं जुनं म्हणजे ते होते की श्रीलंका विशेषतः आणि भारत हा धोका खेळण्याचा देश आहे अशा प्रकारे त्याचं वर्णन केलं होतं. तर आता इतक्या तुम्ही जर का आता विषय कठोपनिषदाचा तुम्ही अभ्यास केला तर त्यामध्ये आता बऱ्याचदा महाभारताविषयी येतो. तर महाभारत हे घडलं का घडलं नाही याच्याबद्दल डिबेट आहे. वादा करता आपण ते घडलं नाही असं जरी मानलं तरी देखील इतकं मोठी कथा रचायची
त्याची ॲबिलिटी काय असते त्या काळात हे फार विचार करण्याची गोष्ट आहे. आणि कठोपनिषद आणि संस्कृतचं ज्या पद्धतीने विश्लेषण आहे त्यामध्ये कठोपनिषदामध्ये माणसाच्या मृत्यूनंतर काय काय होतं त्याचं विश्लेषण, ते विश्लेषण हे सोपं नाही. तर त्या कठोपनिषदामध्ये नचिकेता नियम असतो. नचिकेतचे वडील यज्ञ करताना ते यज्ञ म्हणजे जे काही काय असे दिखाऊ धार्मिक असतात ते यज्ञामध्ये दान करत असतं. मग ते काय करतात, मग त्यानंतर एक खुर्ची जरा जुनी झाली आहे म्हणजे नको आहे ते दान करून मोठेपणा मिळवायचं असं त्यांचा प्रयत्न चालू असतो. नचिकेताला राग येतो, कोणते तुम्ही ढोंग करताय, असं ह्याला काय अर्थ नाही, तुम्ही द्यायचं चांगलं दिलं पाहिजे. ते चिडतात आणि म्हणतात त्याला की मी तुलाच हेमाला दान करून टाक असं म्हणतात. मग तो यमा येतो, मग तो 3 वर मागतो, मग ते पहिल्या 2 वरात ते वर गेलेलं असेल परत आणतात वगैरे. आणि तिसरा जो प्रश्न आहे तो यमाला विचारतो नचिकेत की तो असा आहे, येन इदम सर्वम विजानाति तम केन विजानी, ज्या योगे मला हे सर्व कळतं ती जी प्रोसेस आहे ती मला कशी कळेल. हाऊ कॅन आय अंडरस्टँड दी व्हेरी प्रोसेस ऑफ अंडरस्टँडिंग. मी ऐकल्यानंतर कसं ते काय ॲक्सेस होतं माझ्या ह्याच्यामध्ये, कसं मला रिअलायझेशन होतं. तर ते जेव्हा आता आणि मातृभाषेचं हे महत्त्व सगळ्यात काय आहे, तर आता हे सायंटिफिकली हे आहे दॅट इज कनेक्टेड टू जेनेटिक्स. अगेन इट डायव्हर्जन टेक्स प्लेस. Whatever you are today is because of what you received till now. Whatever you are today is what you received till now. And in my sessions later on or on YouTube, I will provide you material, my own lectures. So now suppose that it's again very interesting scenario. Now cloning can be done, that everybody agrees. Have you heard about it's a successful experiment? 2 बकरे घेतले, 2 साधारणतः सेम असलेले, काय ऐकले तुम्ही? 2 बकरे घेतले आणि त्यांच्या माना कापल्या. यू हॅव हर्ड अबाउट इट? बकऱ्यांच्या माना कापायच्या आणि ते एक्सचेंज करून ऑपरेशन पण जोडायच्या. ते सक्सेसफुल आहे. तर आता आपण असं म्हणालो की मी असा एक प्रश्न विचारला की आता खूप इंटरेस्टिंग हे आहे, तर हे विश्व कसं निर्माण झालं याचं एक लॉजिक्स आहे, ॲडम अँड ईव्ह थिअरी आहे. तशी आपली भारतीय थिअरी काय आहे, विश्व खूप मोठा आहे, बिग बँग हे सगळं वेगळं, परंतु हे विश्व आपलं कसं निर्माण झालं, बिग बँग थिअरी काय आहे, बिग बँग थिअरी नाही, आपली भारतीय थिअरी काय आहे, हाऊ दिस वर्ल्ड जेव्हा आपण म्हणतो मी जे बघतो ते ॲज कॉन्टेक्स्ट टू व्हॉट एव्हर परसिव्ह बाय मी, हाऊ दिस केम इन टू मी, तसं काय माहिती आहे? Now it's very important and very scientific. It would be very difficult for to answer for the questions. म्हणजे असं होतं का की पूर्वी 2 मच्छी असं जग वाढत गेलं का? मग हिंदू किंवा आपल्या भारतीय याच्यामध्ये हे जग कसं मनुष्य जग म्हणजे मनुष्य समाधी कशी निर्माण झाली असं लॉजिक आहे? कशी लॉजिक आहे?
5 तत्वातून निर्माण झाले.
हाऊ म्हणजे असे थोडे असे वाढत गेले कसं आहे? तसं नाही आहे. हे आता हे अतिशय आपल्या लॉजिकशी निगडीत आहे. तर त्याचं हे आहे एकोहम बहु, ऐकलं तुम्ही? एकोहम बहुस्त्या, ऑल माइटी वॉज देअर. ही सेड टिल नाउ आय वॉज वन, नाउ आय बिकम मेनी. म्हणजे काय झालं, एकाच वेळी ॲट वन इन्स्टंट बरेच लोक निर्माण झाले मनुष्य देह आणि ते असे नाही, छोटे छोटे जन्म नाही, एकाच वेळी 1 वर्षाच्या बालकापासून अगदी जखर म्हाताऱ्यापर्यंत मला काही जन्म घेत असलेले आणि काही मरत असलेले जीव एकाच वेळी तयार झाले. मग आता हे लॉजिक जे आहे, हे लॉजिक मांडलं. मग त्या आता तुम्ही जे विद्यार्थी आहात तर त्याला एखादा लगेच म्हणणार नाही हे चॅलेंज. मग हे लॉजिक चुकीचं आहे. हे त्याने काय म्हटलेलं आहे, हे सृष्टी एक 100 वर्षापूर्वी निर्माण झाली असं म्हणलं. तर त्या तुमच्याला विरोध कसा करू शकतो? Hindi will make it what we can say neither comfortable for me nor comfortable to others. You can listen the translation. I can talk in English also, but what will happen? That will what we can say somewhat kill the impact. Okay, I will try to speak in both languages. So, how can you justify what the Abraham Muslim said? At one point of time, a person of 20 years of a person of 17 years of age came into being. Is it right? At one time. So the question is, a person of 17 years of age came into being at a given instant. What is your question? What can you ask to question it?
Science.
Huh?
Science behind
What?
it. Science behind it. How it happened. Science.
No, sir, see. Scientifically is all right. Now clone can be, if we think of it today, now it's maybe fiction, but it's a believable fiction. After some years, it will be possible to construct a clone by some or other method, exactly looking like you. It can be constructed. It can be made lively also. That also you may believe. But what is the question, big question, which you would like to ask, which you say is impossible? No, that's right. That's it. No, that's not the issue. See now, what would be the big? It is said that a person of 17 age came into being now. Suppose if I say to her, let us argue now. I say that you came into existence the moment at which you took admission to this college. What will? Right. Okay. So we are coming over. I forgot whether you are getting bored, but you are on right track. Now, if a question is asked, what you can show today that you existed for 16 years? No, for any individual, it's a big question now. Now we are coming more analytical. That is very too scientific, not that. You know what you have today, which tells that memory is right. So that's very important. It's a very interesting theme from in system point of view. भूतकाळाची जाणीव ही एक वर्तमानकालीन स्थिती आहे. भूतकाळ होता का नव्हता? It now, that means in our literature there is kalatrayatitaha. There is something which is beyond time, which you cannot think of. Now in Euclidean geometry you can think of one-dimensional line, two-dimensional plane, three-dimensional space. What is the fourth dimension? So when you have multiple in linear algebra, you find that there are four-dimensional matrices, n-dimensional matrices. So beyond three dimensions, what? So like that, you were in the past. all what you gain gets converted into a present state. भूतकाळाची जाणीव ही एक वर्तमानकालीन स्थिती आहे. Now, have you heard about Reiki? पुढे सांगू नका. रेकी ऐकले कोणी? जे थोडेफार निमशहरी भागात आले असते तर माहिती असेल. रेकी. Anybody heard about? जपानी नाही ती जपानी हिलिंग वेळ आपल्या इथे पण प्रक्रिया आहे ती. असं डोका हात ठेवायचा आणि जे काही मला आता एवढं सगळं शिकवायचं आहे तर खूप वेळ जातो असं नाही. ते इन्स्टंटली करता येईल का? तर रेकीमध्ये असं हात ठेवायचा आणि जे काही त्याच्यात परिवर्तन पाहिजे ते आपोआप होतं. Like that, now if you accept that if you are there is somebody else with whom you have met earlier, when both of you meet today, you recollect that you had met. Means you carry with you today something in your state. So like that, your clone is prepared. Everything similar to you. Will you recollect him? No, for that what is needed? So for that means now it is accepted that biologically with some invention a lively body which is looking like you can be created, right? Is okay? Then to make it to yourself, what needs to be added? What you have in you today, just like copy paste. Earlier you have to redo everything. Now a machine, its state, a machine is having a state. You just copy that and paste it. So if exactly can be copied and pasted, that will behave like you. Now today's world is of AI world. Even though you may or may not like AI, your future will be difficult if you are what we can say anti-AI activist. It's a theme also. How many of you have heard about CTBT? CTBT, anybody heard about? Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty. Anybody has heard about NPT? Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Anvast Prasar Bandi Karar. In 1969, India is not a signatory on that. So, atomic weapons spread is supposed to be curtailed. In 1996, the things happened so that there is no need to actually have a nuclear test, which India did in 1998, first 1974. Then the computer simulation programs were developed. So that time, the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty decided to ban such programs. So like that now anti-AI activism and all that thing will come, but AI is inevitable. So now whether anybody can tell me exactly what is a non-AI system and what is an AI system? Those of you who had computer science at 12th, how many were there? One. So you know, right? You know microprocessor based system. A microprocessor based 885 over there. Microprocessor based system 885 EEPROM RAM, some IO devices, a conventional and AI based. What is the difference? Anybody? What is?
It does not need any kind of human input.
No. Not that.
Well, artificial intelligence, but I first explained that.
No. Just AI based system.
In AI-based system, it's about the machine being intelligent. And normal system machine is not that intelligent.
Yeah, exactly. So how machine can be intelligent?
By giving it data.
But why AI is why you don't talk about earlier?
Maybe we have not developed the system requirement for that.
So to be very precise, if in a single word, I will be having differentiation on that because that is need of the hour. In single word, say you come to college today, you are not aware of where what is. So you are, after some time you become practiced. So you become practiced means what? But what? You gain experience. So what it, but what it changes in you? And analyze and you came today, you are enough intelligent to after 1 month also that we assume that intelligence level remains same. Now you coming today and you coming after 1 month. Your intelligence level, your ability is same. But how it makes you the things more easy? And then what? So what you, since this is theme, otherwise what has happened that the AI has become buzzword and all things, say configurable, then what are the other buzzwords in the AI? Generative, supervise and supervise. So we simply don't do anything, just use words, combination of words and talk, and because nobody else is also knowing. So what? You entered at the time of admission and you are entered after 1 month. What is different? What is the difference? Huh? Neural connections. So what kind of changes you make? You adapt to it. But again I ask you a simple question. What gives you a feel that you are used to it? If you came for the first time, you now come for the nth time. When you are coming for the nth time, what exactly makes you to feel that you are used to it?
You remember it. Remind of the other time.
So ultimately what? Ultimately, anybody? But what kind of changes it brings about? You remember. So you had memory earlier, just like 885 is having, system having memory. That memory is blank. Blank means actually then nothing can be blank in digital thing. It is having 1 or 0. So some random, or you can say all zeros or all ones. So program is same, processor is same, that is capabilities are same. Processor coupled with program. Processor we can say your body, program you can say, it is a very broad comparison, not word to word. Program you can say your what we can say intelligence, we can say for example. So it was same. Now the program is such, human program is such that it, whatever he experiences, he registers that in a very, very complex manner in his memory. So like that, a microprocessor based system which is AI compliant makes some changes in the memory such that for the first time which it is doing, it will do it in a novice way, not efficiently. But that time, some locations in the memory are changed. So next time it is more easy. Again these are changed. So AI compliant system refers to a set of memory which is randomized at initial state, and as it goes through multiple iterations, it is updated continuously. Now, what happens after some time? There is saturation. Means after the comfort, which uncomfortness at the time of first entry, then the comfort which you have second time, you are more comfortable, third time, fourth time. But after 8 times, means between first time and second time, there is a huge comfort difference. Second and third, there is difference but not huge. After 100 and 101st entry, hardly there is difference. Why? Because the data which is there in the memory has now converged to a goal state. Beyond that, there is very less scope for it. It has become almost saturated. So, that you at the time of your birth is something which is, there are many logics. You say that it is because of the activities in the previous births. Now again there, if you everything, as I had said, that is just like Vikramaditya Singh, whenever I come here, whatever I find worth talking, I talk. So it's a very interesting question now, because it came from previous birth. Like that, again, for those who are having computer science vocational, ETT5 or programs and subroutines, it's quite an interesting question. Dream is a well talked and researched area now. Can you tell me, when you come to know that you are in dream? Now, when you come to know that you are in dream? After awakening, after coming out of the dream. Now, if your current life is main program, then what is dream? No. If your current life is main program, then with respect to your current life, dream in what we can say ETT5 or your C programming, what is it called as? What? Somebody say something. Subroutine, right? Main program, subroutine. When you are in subroutine, you never know that you are in subroutine. In dream, you never know that you are in dream. Now, the question is, there is a concept of nested subroutine also. So, if that nested subroutine concept is to be extended, that will question, what that will question? That will make question that, what? Right, so whether we are, means with respect to a subroutine, when subroutine ends, it comes to next higher level of program, which we say main program. But it is also likely that it is subroutine to some other program. So, whether we are in dream, whatever we are experiencing today, whether it's a dream or not, when that will come to know? Who is answering? At the end of this life. So, we may or may not. This may be real or this may be dream. We have to leave it together. So, the question now is that because of the genetic structure, the boy or girl is used to mother tongue, wherein he or she is more comfortable, so that the impediments or inhibitions in learning are not experienced. So, in understanding what we do, as I already explained, the exactly inverse way of English learning. First writing, then reading, then listening and then talking. It is the worst scenario. So because of that, what happens? When I listen, in your school days you might have found, teacher thinks in Marathi, translates it, then talks in English. And what about student? You listen. Your internal brain program is not at all tuned to understand English. So the first level of process is, what is that? Translation. You listen, you first translate and then understand. Right? So because of that, a major problem comes. And then she said, I don't want to global and all these things. But if you find Japanese are learning in Japanese language, Japanese population is 2 less compared to world. Germans are doing so, French are doing so, Chinese one can say they are huge in number in China, not outside. So if they are doing, why can't we? That is one thing. Because of the time constraint, we cannot explain any single thing for a long time. It is one. The next is Indianization. Indianization of education. That is pride. So, now let us be quite focused. Oh, just prior to that, I got interpreted a very interesting question on AI based. Now, all of you must be knowing chess. Chess is a game which was becoming quite popular, but somehow its rise in popularity has now saturated. Means in 80s, very few Indians were knowing chess. Then as everything, education growth was expanding to second tier cities, third tier cities, taluka places and villages, it was becoming popular. But somehow it is not as popular as it was some time back. The reason being, there are other avenues available. 25 years back, they were not there. So now, if we develop deep, you may be knowing Vishwanathan and Deep Blue, then he defeated Deep Blue. That time, AI was not so much popular. Now my question is, I think now in today's Valchan, we are having 360 out of 660 are CS related, CSIT, AI, right? The question is now, can you develop an AI based, it is very simple, I repeat, can you develop an ever-winning AI-based chess program? At any stage. Can you develop an ever-winning AI-based chess program? Is it possible? Yes or no?
No.
Why?
Because we don't have
You?
Because we don't have
Enough?
information and data to train the model.
Now. Huh? Can. Anybody else? You got a question? Ever-winning AI-based ever-winning chess program. How many of you feel that it's not that it's a question आज उद्या तुम्हाला करून द्यायचं नाही आहे म्हणजे लगेच तू तरी टास्क दिला असं काय यायचं नाही एक करता येईल इट्स अ जनरल क्वेश्चन इट्स नॉट इट्स यू so that's okay. Ever-winning chess program.
So what if you make 2 devices which are ever-winning?
No. I will come to that. Anybody else? Who? What?
It is not possible because AI cannot read human mind.
What is it? Hello?
According to me, it is not possible.
Why?
Because AI cannot read human mind yet. So next step cannot.
I'll come to last. Anybody else?
Because AI needs data to process things and act based on it. But humans don't need data which is already given to them. We can act without any
So answer no or yes? No. Can it be done or can it be done or not?
It cannot.
Can't be. Anybody else?
I think it's not possible.
Why?
Because humans can think further, but AI will only work on the data it has.
It is possible, sir.
Possible. What do you say?
Yes, it's possible.
Yeah.
Because of all records, if they value records, they value psychological
Well, out of the 1 crore population said that thinking possibilities of humans are limited as compared to AI, because based on the machine learning models and the regenerative models, there has been similarities and on the chess. It's a technical game. And if there is just logos and playsets, and if the playsets are won and remains by the AI, it can ever win. Like it will win everyone.
Now anybody else who says that it can be done? Now I will answer. I will come to last. It can be done. Okay, now. So the answer is now. Now I tell you the answer. Just like AI question, I think you are working on it. Now I will tell the answer. An ever-winning AI-based program cannot be developed, and it is all-time true statement. An AI-based ever-winning program can never be developed in future also. Now you think on this reason. Now means you not in this, you think to reason this conclusion. And you have already concluded. Anybody else? No. So now you must see all these are what we can speculative answers. म्हणजे मनुष्यामध्ये एक विलक्षण क्षमता आहे, तो किती जरी प्रोग्राम तयार केला तो हरवू शकेल. हे सगळं मनुष्याच्या श्रेष्ठत्वावरची जी आपली जे आता कसं आहे आपण आपला भारीच वाटतो. त्या मनुष्याच्या श्रेष्ठत्वावर आधारित सगळे हे पॉस्टुलेट्स आहेत. देयर हॅव नो सायंटिफिक बेस. आय वॉन्ट व्हॉट आय सेड, an AI based ever winning chess program can never be developed. Now I want a conclusive answer to support my case. Huh?
There is possibility of drop. Last because new place it can analyze the new place.
No. Again, that is speculative. I want a concrete answer. Because of this, it's just impossible for anybody to develop such a program.
Theory of relativity says everything has its own opposite. Hence, if there is a which can double it, there will be also.
See, now he said special theory of relativity. How many of you have seen today's CT, what we can say, based world? How many of you have read Holiday and Resnick? If not, read it. He says special theory of relativity. Then beyond that is a general theory of relativity also. So right now we don't have, otherwise we will not be able to touch anything. So he tried to generalize. He has given specific answer. Anybody else? A conclusive answer that because of this, it can. Now there is a logic of proving by contradiction. Proving by contradiction. So how we prove a contradiction? What is to prove? My statement. AI-based ever-winning computer program can never be developed. Is to be proved. So we assume it's reverse. So let us assume that yes, there exists an AI-based ever-winning computer program. Then based on that, you try that the reverse thing assumed. Based on that, you create a situation which is very clearly impossible. That proves that whatever you assumed is wrong. म्हणजे एव्हर विनिंग कॉम्प्युटर प्रोग्राम तयार करता येत नाही हे मी सांगितलं. हे प्रूव्ह करायचं, करता येत नाही. करता येत नाही प्रूव्ह करण्याकरता काय करायचं? आपण क्षणभर असं गृहीत धरू की असा प्रोग्राम आहे. मग असा प्रोग्राम जर असेल तर तो एक अशी परिस्थिती निर्माण करेल की जी इन्स्टंटली अशक्य आहे हे कुणीही सांगू शकेल.
Well, in Google, like just we type tic-tac-toe, it will give us game, and there are 3 mediums. So, in the hard medium, if we play that, it is impossible for any human to crack it. And that there is a.
Means you say that it can be there.
Yeah, we like.
No, right now the answer is given. I will explain to you that. Right now, answer that it can't be developed at all. Not for her, not for anybody, any time. Nobody can develop AI-based ever-winning program means at no point of time. It's never achievable. Okay, got now. Anybody else? Anybody else?
Not be able to process every single move and thus it will be able to develop.
सर आपल्याला तो डाटा त्यामध्ये
खूप एवढं क्लिष्ट आहे, अगदी सोपा म्हणजे प्रूफ हा इतका सोपा आहे की तितक्या क्लिष्ट विचारायची गरज नाही. Now I think we conclude on the chessboard. Here first for the first time. If ever such program is there, then program is on machine. There can be two machines which are in same capacity. If you install ever-winning chess program in both machines, what will happen? Can both win? Can both win? So, if ever-winning chess program to exist, if the same is put in two identical machines and the match starts, both can't win. Therefore, if it has to exist, both should win. Both should win. If ever-winning program exists in both can't win is a fact. Therefore, the answer is now we prove a contradiction. Now tell me, if an ever-winning chess program can't be developed, what is the closest one to that which can be developed? You got a question? If everybody now agree that ever-winning chess program can't be developed. If this can't be developed, what is the closest one to that can be developed? Right, so he answered.
A program which can defeat everyone except itself.
Except itself. Or how can we justify in other words? In general, never losing chess program. In what can now you being AI students, CSE students can think of developing a never losing chess program. Means if it is competing with others, it should win. And if it is competing with itself, what it should lead into? Draw. Ever winning can't be developed. A never losing chess program can be developed, and from today itself you should try. Now you should not take help of very important thing now. Have you heard about von Neumann? What was in the you know? Right. No. Von Neumann in 1945, he said so he did something. No, Python is really recent. Von Neumann. What Von Neumann did? Von Neumann in 1945 has said that what is microprocessor architecture? There will be a CPU which will be able to read the CPU with the help of address bus, data bus and control bus will be able to read and write into a memory which will consist of program and data. In 1945, Von Neumann said that time there was no question of any microprocessor chip. Not even transistor was existing at that time. It came in 1948. So this is a myth that a computer engineer does not require computer at all. Today computer is used just for the web surfing and data editing. त्यातला आपण फक्त MS Word, PDF, animation आणि net वापरतो. Computer programmer should have everything in his own mind. So you should be able to think of how you can prepare a AI-based chess program. Before using chessboard, you can play a somewhat easy game. What is that? Huh? What? What? Any other word for that? No, not chessboard. Chessboard. No. Except on chessboard using the pawns. Huh? What? The dot that is set. You search on Google. Okay. So ekdam sopa hai. So you develop how you can play that. Further, have you heard about Rubik Cube? Yes. Means it was again very much popular few decades back. Now, that time there was a time where few have gone mad. Do you know blue whale? You know? Blue whale. Whether anybody has it in your mobile? It is banned in India. Blue whale. Again, that is very dangerous and you cannot believe. Now there again it is heard that cyber arrest. So these are new technologies coming. Okay, so again divergent express. So that Rubik Cube. So few have gone mad in solving that. So how a Rubik Cube can be arranged? It's a finite state machine. Rubik Cube is a finite state machine. So you have to arrange that again. Now, if you are a mischievous, again, you must also do mischiefs. Let somebody say that yes, she is a very perfect Rubik Cube solver, and you are a mischievous student, and you want to prove her wrong. What will you do? You got my question? She is a perfect Rubik Cube solver, and you want to prove her wrong. What will you do? Huh?
I will break the fastest record of solving the cube.
No. You want to prove this. You are not just want that she is slow. You want to prove that her claim that he can solve Rubik Cube is wrong. She can't solve. What can you do? Sir. How? She is expert.
Sir, I will twist a corner piece.
And twist. So you are smart but not that smart. How? Styles while removing sticker. So for physical twisting, you unnecessarily need make break also. Sticker घ्यायचा आणि अरेंज रुबिक क्यूब घ्यायचा फुल्ली अरेंज आणि एक स्टिकर घ्यायचा आणि तो दुसऱ्या स्टिकरशी बदलायचा. तो बदलला आणि पुन्हा मिक्स फिरून द्यायचा. Then she is smart, she tries always. Because why? Because Rubik Cube is a finite state machine and that ordered state must be one of the finite states. And have you heard about state transition diagram? One state from that one particular move, this way, anyway. So from that one state, if you move this, you will go to this state. If you move this, you go to this state. So from one state, you can go to multiple states. And like that, you come to various states. So you always remain in those possible states only. Any state beyond that can never be attained. So if you bring an ordered cube and change the pieces, the ordered state is not in the all finite states which it can transit. So it will fail. So now, if that mischief is not there, then you should develop a program. How will you solve? Now 3x3 cube is there. Can you think of 2x2 cube? 2x2 cube. So it's too small. So it may be solved instantly. So you can think of writing a program of 2x2. Okay, then so now at least let us cover Indian part of what is Indianization. So that is this is the prime future of India, and flexibility and all that she has explained in academics might also explain. So we focus on the theme. The time is too short. Sometime later when you join, I will put some YouTube videos so that a complete information can be given. So now, let us say that I will just address one particular component of Indian knowledge system. NEP has got multiple verticals. Of that, one is Indian knowledge system. Indian knowledge system is not related to any religion. Indian knowledge system corresponds to that which existed in India before formal education started in 1857. म्हणजे 1857 पूर्वी आता जसं औपचारिक इंग्रजी पद्धती उच्च शिक्षण आहे ते सुरू होण्यापूर्वी जे भारतात होतं, that is part of IKS. You have got this in second year. Now, simply, what example will you give in our olden days, which clearly without माताने पुष्पक विमान होतं वगैरे वगैरे, म्हणजे we find two kinds of people. एक तर जर आपण इंग्रज आलेले म्हणतो की इंग्रजांनी सांगितलं घेतलं सगळं बाद आहे, त्यामुळे इथल्या सगळ्या गोष्टीबद्दल एक तुच्छतेची भावना असणारे भारतीय निर्माण केले. एक, परंतु ते नाही म्हणून अवास्तव सगळंच आमच्याकडे होतं असं वेग बोलून चालणार. वी कॅन बी वेग. सो ॲटलिस्ट can you give one example of Indian systems in current days? Yes, this was a perfect technique. I will give you hint as astronomy, not astrology. Jyotish astrology in a way, astronomy, Khagola Shastra. Calendars, she said right. Indian calendars was a very developed system, but for exactly matching. Means calendar is no doubt is there, but even today, by using all possible means, calendar is a regular event, right? Leap year is there, which comes after different frequency. In our there is Adhik Mas, it comes again after different frequency. But all these events are periodic events, right? Periodic events. Then धूमकेतू, हेले आता तुम्ही असं हेलेचा धूमकेतू हा कसा आहे, पिरियडिक आहे का पिरियडिक आहे? काही पिरियडिक आहे, त्याचं हे झालेलं आहे पिरियड, राईट? हेले धूमकेतू तो 76 वर्षांनी एकदा येतो. त्यामुळे एका जनरेशनला तो कधी तर म्हणजे ज्या जनरेशनमध्ये ती 76 वर्ष जी आहे ती त्याच्या करण्याच्या वयामध्ये असतात. म्हणजे साधारणतः त्याच्या वयाच्या एक 12व्या वर्षी तो आला धूमकेतू आणि 88 वर्षी आला. तर म्हणजे 88 तो कसा साजून केल्या मग त्याला ते तो म्हणू शकतो. अदरवाईज काय होतं, एकतर दोन येतच नाही. बट इथे पिरियडिक धूमकेतू, पिरियडिक धूमकेतू इंग्लिशमध्ये काय म्हणतात, हिस्ट्री नसतो धूमकेतू. हा गिफ्ट काय कॉमेट. ओके, एनिवे so that is periodic, but the seasons, day and night we can easily observe instant. Seasons also we can observe in our lifetime easily, but Dhumketu not. We just hear and we believe. So but it is periodic event. Now which is a periodic event? Eclipse. Is it random event? Yes. Random. Which is random event? Huh? म्हणजे काय? उल्कापात. नाही उल्कापात किंवा भूकंप, राईट? ट्रिमर्स, अर्थक्वेक. त्याचं शॉर्ट म्हणत ना त्याला काय? मेंटियर. उल्कापात, बरोबर. उल्कापात नॉन पिरियडिक, भूकंप नॉन पिरियडिक, ग्रहण दिवस रात्र पिरियडिक, राईट? डे नाईट पिरियडिक, सीझन उन्हाळा पावसाळा पिरियडिक, उल्कापात अपिरियडिक, भूकंप अपिरियडिक, ग्रहण अपिरियडिक. So eclipse and earthquake are aperiodic. Now you tell me the difference between these two. Eclipse and Earthquake.
Eclipse can be predicted, but earthquake cannot.
Eclipse can be?
Eclipse can be predicted, but earthquake cannot.
What do you want to say? No, you don't describe what it is. As regards to its happening only.
Eclipse is not limited to a certain region. Earthquake is limited to a certain.
No, that is okay. We only talk about. Anyway,
Sir,
it is also limited.
sir,
No. We are only talking about the time of occurrence.
earthquake can also be predicted, but in very short time.
Sudden. So eclipse is a periodic but not random event. It's a deterministic event. Repeating me, listen. We got a difference. Day, night, seasons, being periodic, they are deterministic, obviously. Earthquake is neither periodic nor deterministic, it's a random event. Eclipse is not periodic but not random also. Just like prime numbers. Are prime numbers periodic? No. Are they random? You can compute. Always you can compute next prime. There is a formula. Now you can also develop a program to find out prime numbers in shortest possible time. You have. How will you prove it in shortest? No. If are all asked to develop a program, the program will start now. After 1 hour, it will run for 1 hour, and which prime number it will get? Nth prime number. What is that? Prime number. Finding prime numbers is now not a novelty. How efficiently, if all of you are given the same computing machine, or now when you forget about speed, in how many computation cycles you can compute next prime number. Right? So prime number is non-periodic but deterministic. It's deterministic. Just like, again, it's a very interesting thing. Anyway, now, do you know integration e raised to minus x square? E raised to minus x square dx. Integration e raised to minus x square dx. What would you like to say about it? What is that? You can solve. You write down today and tomorrow you come with that. Integration symbol. No, independent. It's just called. Just independent. E raised to minus x square dx. E is an integrable function. All functions are not integrable. But e raised to minus x square is an integrable. What I give you hints? E raised to, listen very carefully now. E raised to minus x square dx is an integrable function, but you cannot find it. You try whatever time you would like. Okay. So it is a well-defined function. Only thing is that you can't have a closed form expression. Now like that. Eclipse. So can you write a program for finding out eclipse? Let's say you got a question. Place is given on the earth. Longitude, latitude. Compute when next eclipse will take place. Lunar eclipse or solar eclipse? Or what? Eclipse. So, okay, now we are not in what we can say astronomy discussion. But what I wanted to convey is that our past legacy must be so very, very rich, because there are formulae with which people centuries back were able to exactly tell when next eclipse will take place without having any information about the past. ते लोखंड आहे, बरे बाकी भरपूर आहे, पण इवन व्हॉटेवर यू फाइंड इट, यू कॅन टेक इट एज अ चॅलेंज फॉर यू. डेव्हलप ए प्रोग्राम टू एक्झॅक्टली स्पेसिफाय, आणि ते आपल्या जुन्या याच्यामध्ये पंचांग जे असतात म्हणणारे ते ह्या नाही, पुढच्या 100 वर्षातली ग्रहण कधी कधी होईल ते सांगू शकतात, आणि कुठल्या वेळी कुठं किती वाजता, कुठल्या वेळी किती वाजता, that also they can very exactly. And again it is said, it's very rich in the sense that in Mahabharata Yuddha ते कृष्णानं ते हे अंधार निर्माण केला. It is said that somehow then their attempts were made. At that time there was complete solar eclipse. खग्रास सूर्यग्रहण होतं, त्यामुळे काही का अंधार निर्माण झाला आणि so that very single example can prove that yes, we had a very rich legacy. Similarly, regarding aeroplane, हे पुस्तक आहे, त्यात सर्च करा. हे नुसतं असं आख्यायिका नाही, पुष्पक विमान होतं तशी आख्यायिका नाही, तर there are some scientific material on aeroplane, making of aeroplane in India prior to writing this. So what, and very interesting, now it's very challenging for you, again part of IKS as part of NEP. Now today you find that medical field is super advanced. That has made things quite simple. ECG, EEG, these are the words known by common man. Now using ECG, there is a expert doctor and there is a training. So how it is taught? Patient is there, patient state is examined, everything is known. Then the expert doctor says, yes, this is the patient, this is the state of the patient, this is his ECG, right? So that trainee learns, because he can see the patient, he can see the ECG, so he can train properly. पूर्वी काहीच नव्हतं. तर आपल्या आयुर्वेदामध्ये नाडी परीक्षा, यू मस्ट हॅव हर्ड अबाउट, फक्त इथं हात ठेवायचा. नाउ व्हॉट इज द प्रॉब्लेम इन दॅट ॲज अगेन्स्ट ECG? म्हणजे आता बऱ्याचदा काही म्हणतात की नाही, काही मुद्दाम सांगितले गेले, पण पूर्वी कसं होतं, सांगणं सोपं पण नव्हतं. There may be deliberate hiding वगैरे. What is patent today? Patent is also deliberate hiding, because even though one way says that knowledge should be made free, but if it is made, everything is made free, then there is no gain for the inventor. So patent is again advanced way of concealing and nothing more than that. But earlier, आता नाडी परीक्षेमध्ये मी एक्सपर्ट वैद्य आहे आणि मी एक नवीन शिकायला आलोय, तर आता त्याला कसं काय असेल सांगा भाऊ? कॅन यू प्रिपेअर AI बेस्ड नाडी एक्सपर्ट? हाऊ टू प्रिपेअर? See, now just imagine the difficulties in learning. So expert doctor is there, patient comes, expert doctor examines the nadi, right? how he will train the student? Training, he tells, now I am expert, he is the patient. What I will do? I will have his examination. Then I will, in ECG I can show you. In ECG I can show you. But here I can't show. I will tell you now, you also examine that. Then I am expert. So by examining this, I can explain what it is. Whereas for training now, for training, what training will do? How it will be? Knowledge will transferred. But no, it's not easy. Here, like this. For training, what I am expert. So I will just examine and I will find out what it is. I know that. But how I can transfer to training? I will tell training. Whatever I have found out, I will explain his state of the patient first. This is like this. The diagnosis made for the patient is this. Now you examine that. And the trainee has to remember. Supervised learning. Disease is told. Trainee has to remember the nadi. And how to remember? There was no, it is, means that should create, now the thing is that because of signal processing now, because of recording, this can be converted into a digital signal, discrete signal that can be stored as a function of time in memory. When it is stored as a function of time in memory, it can be reproduced and I can retrain myself number of times. Whereas when this was not there, when the facility of storage and recording was not there, each time I have to again, if the patient is available to me, I will, the expert checks it once, where the trainee checks it 10 times. 10 times he does, he remembers the sensations which he experiences in his mind. Means that is now, in today's advanced terminology, we talk about how to convert information from data is available. It is to be extracted, information to be extracted from it and stored in retrievable form. So that kind of thing, and this cannot see. The problem is that because of non-visual explanation and because of absence of appropriate storing technology, everything is perception based. So I perceive something and I tell that now you remember these perceptions, and these perceptions are to be translated into yourself so that, and such multiple kinds of perceptions are to be stored. This is called as now, there are, have anybody heard about ROM and RAM? Computer science students, what is RAM? Whether ROM is exactly, okay, what is opposite word to RAM? Means it's like in a very wrong way, somehow developed together for years together. ROM and RAM, we find that ROM and RAM are opposite of each other. It's not like that. What is opposite word of RAM? Random? No. Huh? What? Means RAM.
Fixed axis RAM. The random fixed.
Random to? Fixed. Fan. Fan, you are coming close but not that. Anybody else?
Sequential.
Sand. what? Random access means what? At what is the difference between RAM and SAM? The access time required to perform next access is irrespective of the address for RAM, and for SAM it is different. Next I can access quickly. So these are like that. Content-based information retrieval is a new phenomenon today. So how that is stored? I just remember how complex my system is, and you have to go and read all of that. So this I have stored of multiple people. I know that for this pattern this is the disease, for this pattern this is the disease. Based on that, when you become a new doctor and you examine something else, then that is not identical also. So you sense that. You sense that pattern. And that pattern you try to match with. Are you getting me? So all kinds of patterns are there. This means whatever is there stored within you, it is being your own. It is so obvious that you have never thought how exactly it is being done. When you translate into AI systems, you need to analyze every process. Means sometimes when you go to industry, you can develop some program, but they say no, we do not execution. We want its description because it should be person independent. So to describe what you have developed is a very difficult task. So to describe how exactly it takes place is too complex. So multiple patterns, and then the received pattern is to be compared to multiple. The pattern itself is now we were talking about 1 dimension, 2 dimension, 3 dimension. Then a pattern is how many dimensions? A pattern is actually infinite dimensionality. So multiple patterns of infinite dimensions. When you receive a test pattern, you try to compare the test pattern, distance of the test pattern from multiple patterns you know, and you find the closest pattern, and that is your diagnosis. Then sometimes what happens? Sometimes the pattern which you are observing now is of such kind that it is at a distance from all the available patterns within you. Then what do? You got a question? म्हणजे असे काही पॅटर्न्स आहेत. नवीन पॅटर्न आहे की तुम्ही याच्याशी कशाबरोबर जुळतोय म्हणजे अगदी 100% नाही, पण त्या पॅटर्नचं पॅटर्न 1 you have pattern 1 to pattern n you have stored in me. So from pattern 1 त्याचं distance किती आहे? Infinite dimensional pattern 1 and infinite dimensional pattern 2. त्याचं तुम्ही आपण अंडर रूट ऑफ डिस्टन्स काढणं कसं करतो? अंडर रूट x1 plus x1 minus x2 square plus y1 minus y2 square plus z1 minus z2 square. ते infinite dimension वर. So that distance from pattern 1, pattern 2, you mark to that. If it is something close and related, you find that its distance from a particular pattern is very negligible, as good as close, and from all other patterns it is away. So n patterns are such that those are away with a certain distance. But when you get a new pattern which doesn't match with any of them, what we do? Yeah. Anybody else? So that is a new pattern, n plus 1. So that n plus 1 means there are some diseases which were not existed or which existed but never came across them. So that a new pattern is generated. So like that learning goes on. So this is something which we are expected to learn. I think we took much time. So I think it's better to stop now. There's one more question. No, I have time anyway. So now we take few questions based on this. So whether it is relevant, irrelevant. Few questions.
It was related to regression, like regression models and regression independence models, right? Like of the pattern compatibility and the similarity based problems. So if we are applying the same concepts here as what you said, like in the real life scenarios of what cloning was and what clone could be, so yeah, we may have that picture. Can that be?
She asked about cloning. Whether cloning is the future or not. Regression? But mostly, what is the question? Anyway, she is asking, that is not a question, she is, what we can say, putting some hypothesis, whether what she is talking about, she talks about many words. Analysis. What is analysis? Analysis. Then synthesis. Hypothesis. So, there are many words. She must be having what we can say, very fast search cum computing engine. And that is very, it's not that, see now, have you interacted with her? You may, for some time you find that someone who is smart enough and very communicating instantly. But that time, one may say that he or she is just randomly connecting some words and bombarding it. It's not like that. It's not like that. She is very much, I heard carefully, she is very much composed. Very much composed and too fast in thinking and creating, also accepting new thing, and based on that new thing trying to map it in the things which she already knows and think of future combinations. That is something which she is quite expert. So what she has asked is not a question, she is describing. See now, there are advanced thinkers in the world. So what if this happens? What if this is prevented from happening? So like that, she is creating many scenarios which are the possibilities now, and with AI-based things, it is very easy for you to simulate also. So you can think of. You might have thought, now it disappeared. Have you heard about secondworld.com? Whether anybody of you knows Orkut? Orkut is something which disappeared. Like that, secondworld.com. Have anybody heard about it? You heard? Okay, so we are not going to those details. Like that, secondworld.com is website. Anybody have heard about it? So now it was popular some time back. Now it is disappeared. So secondworld.com, can suppose that after very rigorous competition you made 2 arching college. But it is likely that your dream would have been to go to IIT, which you could not fulfill. Then, just like we talking about clothing, in secondworld.com, now it is what has happened that because of other advanced things available, that kind of game is now almost redundant. Website maintainable. I assume. So you enter to that virtual world. Kalas namin I see. Have you ever heard about it? Yesterday, a new thing for creativity, a new institute like IIT is now being established in Mumbai. I see. Anybody has heard about? Unique Academic Decision. So in that world, you enter. You came to watch, but you wanted to be in IIT. Like that, you might be wanting to go to abroad. They also enter that world. So you enter that world by what you would have liked to do. Means you enter as an entity, individual. You enter that world. In that world, everything is virtual except money. So you have to pay real money. Actually, using credit card, you have to pay that, which that website takes, charges you. And all human beings enter that world with an entity which they wanted to be in real world and which they could not. And then there are friendships, there are relations, there are disputes, and all those things. So, because of this and all these things, now the entire future, say gaming, there is what we can say a complete paradigm shift which is going to take place in coming years, which is not too far. So, now the challenge before you is to choose exactly what you want to be. Information is infinite. If you decide to watch every YouTube video which gives you knowledge, one life will not be enough. So you should be able to appropriately shortlist and proceed further. One cannot even now again focused direction. That is also a redundant terminology today. Focus, what does it mean? मला काय व्हायचं मी ठरवलंय. पण हे असू ह्याला अर्थ नाही का मला काय व्हायचंय ते मी जेव्हा आज ठरवलेलं आहे म्हणतो तेव्हा ते माझ्या आतापर्यंतच्या अनुभवावर थिंग्स आर चेंजिंग सो रॅपिडली दॅट आय म्हणजे माझं ध्येय निश्चित आहे ही कदाचित आजच्या युगामध्ये एक अतिशय प्रगत संकल्पना असतो बिकॉज आय एम not a individual who is open to change. So you need to think of how the dynamics of the entire world will change, and irrespective of you agreeing to it, it is going to change. So the thing in your hand is to be ready for the change. So I hope that it took much time. We have to conclude somewhere, so I am concluding.
Beyond the limit. This will definitely help to our students for their professional as well as personality development. Thank you very much, sir. Next session will start soon. Dr. Pawar sir to felicitate electrical department HOD Dr. Ruikar.
Electronics department.
Thank you sir. Sir, please address our newly joined students. Thank you.
Good evening all. Good evening all. Sounds good. Yesterday already we had interaction for a little course. Now the same person is here again to explain about the department or describe everything relating the department or elaborate what things are there in the department. So few people from the electronics engineering, they are interested to understand what are the laboratories, what are the various infrastructures available in the department. Apart from that, other department may know what are the infrastructures available in the department and what will be useful for them. So nowadays there is no branch specific, whether you are computer, mechanical, civil or electronics. So there is no any issue regarding the branch. So who is working hard, in which field or which domain they will get the job. So coming to the department, so we have initially, if you see that the department started with a diploma, industrial electronics, later degree. Presently industrial electronics diploma is there, plus engineering, electronics engineering department, okay, which runs UG courses as well as PG courses. And in PG courses from this year, instead of electronics engineering, we changed the branch to electronics and communication engineering, because nowadays most of the industries require communication. So that's why we switch over to the electronics and communication engineering. Apart from that, our department is a QIP center. We have 2 seats as well as it is affiliated to the Shivaji University. So means we have a QIP research center as well as a PhD research center for the Shivaji University. Then every department has some vision or mission. So mission, what we supposed to accomplish, and vision, what we supposed to plan. So based on that, we have a vision and mission for the department. So after completion of your degree, what you people are getting through this electronics engineering, that explain or describe the vision and mission. Then how your department will execute, means we have the various courses, and then how your program will execute. So based on the execution of your electronics engineering throughout the 4 years, so what will be the program educational objective that we supposed to know. So we are developing the engineer so that may work hard for the hardware using the various techniques or using the various softwares. Okay, so likewise we have a program educational objective for the electronics engineering department. Coming to the faculty, how many faculties are there on the roll? So presently 15 faculties are there on the roll, and out of that 15 faculties, we have 7 faculties, they completed their PhD, doctorate, and remaining are in pipeline. There are few people are pursuing the PhD. Then the faculties, and every faculty they have some Google citations based on the how many papers they published. So according to that, every faculty will get the citation index and all. So name of the faculties and everything is mentioned. And if you see the column, so how many citations they are getting till date, as well as H index and I index. So meaning of H index and I index, they are interrelated. I index means what? How many publications they got 10 citations. And H index means what? How many publications they got 10, and whichever the nearest one. So that belongs to the H index. So yesterday I think Dean R&D explained you about the citations everything. Then you know that in 2020 the corona came, so then everything we need to rely on online educations and all. So in that period, that was the opportunity for the faculty. So they created their e-content, developed their e-content, and all those e-contents are available on their YouTube channel. So to find out the e-content for each and every channel, each and every faculty, you need to know the faculty name. You search in a Google faculty name, and you will get everything, their resume, their publications, their e-content, and that their channels, everything is available. So for example, you search any faculty from the department in a Google, so everything, all the details will get directly, related to the faculty. These are the contents developed in the corner. And then after that, later, it is updated by the faculty. We have not stopped there. We are updating every year those content in that channel. So as I told, we have a 7 PhD faculties and remaining faculties are pursued. So means we have a well qualified faculty in the department as compared to the, in terms of, we can say the PhD and all. So we can say that a strength wise, a good faculty in our department. Then in laboratories, we have a sufficient laboratories available in the department. So you can see that you have classrooms, laboratories, whichever that comes under the electronics engineering department. So separate every classrooms, everything are separated. It's not a common to the department. Electronics department has a separate laboratories, everything. Then each lab, what are the dimensions, what are the area that I mentioned here. So big lab, as compared as defined by the AICTE, 4 and above. So computing facilities, how many machines, printers, PCs, laptops, everything. Then what are the various softwares available in our department. Now these are the software, but as electronic engineering, basically we are supposed to do the project or develop some product using the microcontroller kits or using any controller kits. So all the kits, all the hardware kits and their softwares are available in the department. All the related hardware components are available in the department. So electronics engineering students, they are using or utilizing those components for their project, and other department students, with civil, mechanical, any other than the electronics, they utilize our components. They came to the department, asked for the various components, and they participated in the various workshops or various skill-related programs. So nowadays, hackathon is going on, that is by the AICTE. So all these electronic components they are taking, not only the electronic students, other students, they are taking the components from the department. And that components are easily made available from the department. If you insist some additional components that are not available in the department, that we can manage to provide you to work hard or to complete your product or a project. Then we have the various MOUs with various industries. So only last 10 years, which were the MOUs we tied with the industry that I mentioned. And if you see first one, ATF Red India Limited, we received a 20 lakh fund from them to develop a 5G healthcare system. And then in John Deere, we received a fund to develop a John Deere lab. So those who came across the electronic department or see the department, but John Deere lab is there, it is funded by the John Deere. That's all from my side. Anything else? Any questions or anything else you can ask?
on stage. I request Dr. Powar sir to felicitate Dr. M. Sharma. Dr. M. Sharma is from Computer Science and Engineering Department. She is making a presentation. I request Dr. M. Sharma to continue with her information.
Good evening, one and all. Out of many students present over here, I assume that most students are from CSE. Yes or no? Yes. Good evening, one and all. Myself, Dr. Megha Shah, working as professor at the CSE department and now handling in charge of head of the CSE department. So I welcome you all to this new and exciting chapter of your life. You are about to embark on a journey that will shape your future, equip you with the cutting-edge skills and open doors to numerous opportunities in the field of technology. So students, I would like to ask you two simple questions. The one is, many of you have chosen CSE as your first choice, isn't it? You all have gone through a CAP admission process and your first choice, many of you, by the choice is the CSE. So what was your thought process while filling out your option form and selecting computer science as your first choice? Yes. I would like to have more interactive sessions, and through the presentations you will be assured that you have made a correct choice.
Yeah, this is Riyali. I'm also in computer science branch. So I chose computer science because computer science is also a way to live life. As it's very logical in there. Like life is also logical, and computer science really solve many more aspects of that. And secondly, I have passion for coding.
Passion for coding? Yeah. Okay. Any other?
Yeah.
Be interactive. I expect many more answers to the question which was very simple, which was asked to you. Okay? She has given the answer. The main answers are there for a simple question which was asked. Is the interest in technology and innovation? You all know that now is the era of technology and innovation. The current students are having a much more interest in the technology. Career opportunities are better in CSE now as compared to the other branches. I am not saying that the other branch students, I am not saying at all for them, but generally being a field of automation and innovation, more career opportunities are existing. Global demand is there for the branch of CS. Prior exposure to the coding, many of the students, they have done their 11th and 12th and they may have their interest in the coding. Versatility in the field, peer influences and popularity of the field, and some of them now the era of a startup. And many startups now have grown in the field of CS. So maybe technologically, a tech entrepreneurship is one of the options that the student can get. Okay. So this is the one question which was asked to you. Those who have received computer science and it was their first choice. The another question as a head of the CSE department to you is, what expectations do you have from the degree of a program? What do you hope to gain after 4 years of this degree? With what kind of expectations now you are here? So it will help me to shape the 4-year program which is already running, which is already having a huge gain, huge interest by the Yes.
What I expect at the end of the 4 years where we are in computer science, I get to explore each and every aspect and deep dive into the aspects of where we can bring innovation, we can bring new technologies in hand, and we will be having that in hand and we will be knowing what else we can do with this thing.
Yes. So what that 4-year programs will bring to you is a strong theoretical foundation, hands-on experiences through labs, exposure to the emerging technology. We all have this AI, data science, IoT, cybersecurity, which all are the buzzwords of current CS. All are having a part of the syllabus. Skill development to problem solving, opportunities for specialization through electives. We have collaboration and teamwork with the many industry, access to the resources and the membership, and a preparation for an industry and a research. Okay, so through 4 years, the computer science and engineering department offers you various elective courses, professional elective courses, open elective courses that will help you to add value to your knowledge. Okay, so just in brief 10-15 minutes, I will let you what my department is. So today's presentation will go with the flow of department vision, objectives, outcome, PSO, and department infrastructure, some of the facilities, some of the labs which are available. Okay, so the department is established in the year 1986 with an initial intake of 60 in 1986. It was increased to 90 in 2001. And increased to 90, increased more 90 in 2024 and it becomes 190. We started the PG in 1998, increased its index to 30 and now it is 12 in 2022. We are having a research center for a PhD. For a CSE student as input is very of a good quality, we get a result consistency of more than 90%. Consistent placement and internship records are there. This is one of the reasons to opt for a CSE branch, that we have a good placement record in the institute. Our students are winners of national level competitions like hackathon. We are chief organizers of research symposium and all that. Okay, so IEEE, IIT, SEM, all organizations we have, and we have a collaboration with many industries like Infosys, Microsoft, Oracle, Accenture, and all that. We have a good connection with the institute also. Okay, so the department vision is to produce a capable computer science and engineering graduate with an aptitude for research and leadership. So we see that the students will gain a kind of aptitude towards the research and the leadership throughout the 4-year program. And to achieve this vision, all these mission statements are outlined. Program educational objectives is about what a graduate of computer science and engineering program after a span of 3 to 4 years, the graduation will. So these program educational objectives and these outcomes are predefined, and maybe at the end, when you go to the second year, and for all these courses, each teacher will let you know that what is the course outcome and how it gets mapped towards the PE. I am more interested in showing you a department infrastructure. We have more than 7 laboratories, and each laboratory is pertaining towards its specialization. So innovation and project laboratory, networking and IoT, AI/ML laboratory, database, image processing, advanced software engineering, and programming laboratory. We have 3 laboratories of PG. UG main is there. The department infrastructure is about, we have developed the advanced robotics lab. As there are various niche areas, and we generally look for the purchase of the infrastructure in this area so that the student will get more and more exposure on some of these niche technologies. We have IoT material purchase. The very good point for the CS department, we have a multi-purpose Mac laboratory, and there are 30 machines of a Mac, and we have introduced newly a course of iOS development, and hence we give an exposure to the student for Android as well as iOS. That Mac lab is specifically for a 3rd year student, and many BTech projects are the students do it in Apple lab. We have purchased a GIS lab. The GIS lab, the auxiliary software is there. Those who want to work into the ArcGIS. They use this kind of a software. The total more than 238 desktops are available. Our basically a department is of a computer science, so major is about a hardware and a software. Smart boards. Every classroom is equipped with a smart board. So as I said, as a computer department, we have UG program, we have PG program and a PhD research center. And this year, the UG count is about 180. The placement is higher. In this year itself, for a batch of 2024-25, one of the students got a placement offer in a Microsoft about rupees 51 lakh. So I am very proud as a head of the CSE department that the students are getting the opportunity to work in the Microsoft and Google with a good highest package. We are about to have 80% of the students going to the internship in the 7th semester or the 8th semester. Our entire 1 semester, the actually college curriculum is built like that way that 1 semester is for the internship, and almost out of 120 students, which was earlier our strength, 80 to 90 students, they get the placement, pre-placement offer, and their internship is in the industry. We have an industry collaboration with the Sept, Zymetric, Veritas and Fresh Express. We have an industry-run courses offered in the CSE department. Some of the industry, the Veritas has offered the course, and we offer this course towards our BTech students. So these are the curriculum track. I said in my earlier answer to the 2 questions that our curriculum track is based on the niche areas of image processing, computing, computer network and security. So this is the result analysis, and which almost shows that the result success index for this year is more than 0.85%. The department major activities of the hackathon. Hackathon is basically ACM student chapter activity, which CSE department has instituted in 2016. Every year we organize hackathons, every year we organize research symposium, and hence these are some of the activities that the department is actually taking over the year. Our students are also, they are the winners of all these hackathons. So these are the future plan, and I am very thankful to you for listening patiently. To conclude, the next few years will be transformative for you. You will learn, experiment and grow. Encourage each one of you to explore your interest, challenge yourself and take full advantage of your opportunities that the CSE department has to offer. We are excited to see the incredible things you will achieve. Welcome once again and best of luck on this remarkable journey.
It's our honor to welcome a distinguished guest who is dedicating her life to a public service and community development. I welcome our esteemed IAS officer, Sangli Jilla Parishad, Honorable Mrs. Trupti Ankush Dodmise Madam. Today, ma'am will share valuable insights that will guide our students into a new phase of their career. Welcome. Now, may I request Honorable In-Charge Director, Dr. Professor Uday Dabde sir to felicitate Honorable Guest Trupti Dodmise ma'am.
Thank you ma'am, thank you sir. It's our pleasure to introduce Trupti Dodmise, a shining example of determination and hard work. About Honorable Mrs. Trupti Ankush Dodmise, she cracked UPSC exam in 2019 with All India rank 16 and she stood first in Maharashtra rank. She has accomplished this milestone while balancing her work responsibilities. She is from Solapur, Maharashtra and completed her BTech in Production Engineering from College of Engineering, Pune. Talking about her past experiences, after her BTech, she joined Larsen & Toubro Company, Ahmednagar. After 4 years of service, she started preparation for UPSC exam. She worked as an assistant commissioner GST Pune for 5 years. She served as IS officer trainee Lapasna from 2019 to 2021. She worked as an assistant collector and project officer ITDP Dhule from July 2021 to July 2023. I request Honorable Trupti Dodmise ma'am to share her good thoughts.
So good evening all of you. Language preference काय असेल माझ्याकडे? मराठी समजते? हिंदी? सो गुड इव्हनिंग आणि सर्वांना वेलकम. इंजिनिअरिंगचं फर्स्ट इयर, ते पण इतक्या चांगल्या प्रेस्टिजियस कॉलेजमध्ये तुम्हाला ॲडमिशन मिळालं त्याबद्दल तुमचं सर्वांचं अभिनंदन, कॉंग्रॅच्युलेशन्स. कारण ज्यावेळेस आम्ही ॲडमिशन घेतलं होतं, ज्यावेळेस माझी फेज होती ॲडमिशनची, त्यावेळेस नुकतेच 2006 आय थिंक, त्यावेळेस 4 कॉलेजेस ऑटोनॉमस झाले होते. ज्यावेळेस इंजिनिअरिंग फील्डमध्ये थोडंसं ट्रान्झिशन सुरू झालं होतं, तो फेज होता. आणि VJTI, UICT, COEP आणि वालचंद, हे 4 कॉलेजेस, आय थिंक SCGS होतं, वालचंद 1 वर्ष लेट झालं, असं काहीतरी झालं होतं. सो ऑटोनॉमस कॉलेजेसमध्ये ज्यांना IITत ॲडमिशन मिळालं नाही ते ऑटोनॉमस कॉलेजेसला गेले, असं ती त्या काळाची फेज होती. आणि नंतर देखील ज्यावेळेस आम्हाला कॅम्पसमधून आम्ही लार्सन अँड टुब्रोमध्ये मी जॉईन झाले होते कॅम्पस प्लेसमेंट थ्रू, त्यावेळेसही वालचंद कॉलेजचे बरेचसे अल्मा मेटर्स होते जे माझ्याबरोबर ती जॉबमध्ये होते तिथे LNTमध्ये. सो आय नो कल्चर ऑफ वालचंद आणि खूप चांगले फ्रेंड्स मला वालचंदचे मिळाले होते. एक चांगलं बेसिकली काय होतं की बऱ्यापैकी आपण एक तर 2 गोष्टीमुळं बऱ्याचदा मुंबई पुण्यात ॲडमिशन ज्या कॉलेजला पाहिजे त्या कॉलेजमध्ये मिळालेली नसते, किंवा आपल्याला आपण ह्या लोकॅलिटीजमध्ये असतो तर हे जवळ पडतं म्हणून ॲडमिशन घेणारे असतात, असे वेगवेगळ्या कॅटेगरीज असतात. सो इथं येऊन ते जुने दिवस आठवले. आय डोंट नो मला का बोलवलं आहे, फक्त दबडे सर म्हटले की नाही मॅडम तुमचं ॲडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव्ह जर्नी वगैरे. मी म्हटलं की इंजिनिअरिंगच्या लोकांनी ॲडमिनिस्ट्रेशनमध्ये जायलाच पाहिजे किंवा नाही जायला पाहिजे, हा एक डिबेटचा मुद्दा आहे. तो वेगळा, शेवटी प्रत्येकाचे चॉईसेस आहेत. एक क्वालिफिकेशन आपल्याकडे इंडियन एज्युकेशन सिस्टीममध्ये आपल्याला एक डिग्रीपर्यंतचं एक चांगलं क्वालिफिकेशन पाहिजे असतं, म्हणून आपण एक डिग्री हातात घेतो. इंजिनिअरिंग नंतरही सगळं थांबतं असंच नाही, पुढे आणखी स्ट्रगल्स आहेत. कुणाला MTech करायचं आहे, कुणाला MBA करायचं आहे, कुणाला MS करायचं आहे, किंवा कुणाला नंतर ॲडमिनिस्ट्रेशनमध्ये जायचं आहे. तर असे तुमचे वैयक्तिक जे प्रेफरन्सेस आहेत ते तुम्ही एक्सप्लोर केले पाहिजेत आत्ता ह्या वयामध्ये. सो आय वुड बेसिकली से की तुम्ही आत्ताच 12th पास किंवा जे काही प्रिपरेशन तुम्ही JEEसाठी करून वगैरे इथंपर्यंत आला, यानंतरचं विश्व थोडंसं वेगळं असतं. सो खूप कन्फ्युजिंग स्टेट असते ही, जी माझी होती ती त्या अनुभवाने मी सांगते की खूप कन्फ्युजिंग स्टेट असते. कारण आपण कुठल्या तरी छोट्या बराच समाव असा असतो की छोट्या कॉलेजेसमधून आलेले असतात किंवा छोट्या गावांमधून आलेले असतात आणि अचानक सिटीजमध्ये आल्यावरती खूप सारं एक्सपोजर येतं आणि मग सगळे कन्फ्यूज होऊन जातात. तर अशा पद्धतीचं वातावरण तयार होतं. त्यानंतर वेगवेगळे क्लब्स असतात. बऱ्याच जणांनी आधी काही एक्सप्लोअर केलेलं नसतं पूर्वी, ते नंतर इथे येऊन एक्सप्लोअर करायचं ते बघतात. मग कुणातरी मैत्रिणीचा ग्रुप बनतो, वेगवेगळे क्लब्स आपण एक्सप्लोअर करायला लागतो की आपल्या एक्स्ट्रा करिक्युलर ॲक्टिव्हिटीज सुरू होण्यासाठी किंवा फ्रेंड सर्कल बनण्यासाठी. बऱ्याच जणांचा सुटतो हे लिहून घ्या. हे सगळ्या इंजिनियर्सचं म्हणणं आहे. कारण इतकं 12वी नीटची प्रिपरेशन असेल किंवा एंट्रन्सच्या प्रिपरेशन्समधून इतके आपण ड्रेन आउट झालेलो असतो ना की पहिल्या वर्षाला काय चाललं हे समजतच नाही. हा थोडासा होतो. परंतु एक सजेशन द्यावं लागेल. एक सजेशन देते, सिनियर आहे मी तर थोडीशी, की तो तिथे आपण चुकू शकतो की जो आपला रिदम असतो स्टडीजचा तो थोडासा जो सुटतो ना तो सुटायला नाही पाहिजे. म्हणजे ॲटलिस्ट तुम्ही सगळे क्लिअर होऊन पुढे जायला पाहिजे. एकदा ती बॅकेजची हिस्ट्री चालू झाली की इंजिनिअरिंगमध्ये थोडंसं अवघड होऊन जातं परत हे करणं. तर बऱ्याच जणांना असं वाटतं की आता लाईफ एन्जॉय करायला वगैरे ठीक आहे, सगळं ठीक आहे, परंतु स्टडीजसुद्धा एन्जॉय करता येऊ शकतो आणि ते गरजेचं आहे. हे मी का सांगते, कारण एकतर एंट्रन्सने आपल्याला काहीतरी वाईट सवय लावलेल्या असतात ते MCQच्या, आणि ज्यावेळेस आपण इंजिनिअरिंगला येतो त्यावेळेस असं भलं मोठं पेजभर आपल्याला लिहायचं असतं, त्यावेळेस आपले हात चालत नाही. आणि हा खूप मोठा ड्रॉबॅक आहे सायन्स बॅकग्राऊंडचा, की आपल्याला लॉंग लिहायला येत नाही आणि इंजिनिअरिंगमध्ये आपल्याला पाहिजे तसं आपण लिहू शकत नाही. तर ह्या बेसिक गोष्टी आहेत की ज्या आपल्याला किमान पास करून सोडतील. तर तेवढं तरी किमान करा, कारण आपल्या पॅरेंट्सच्या आपल्याकडनं फार अपेक्षा असतात. आणि जे काही तुम्हाला पुढचं करिअर घडवायचं आहे, समजा तुम्हाला पुढे वेगवेगळ्या एंट्रन्सेसची तयारी करायची असेल तर त्या दृष्टीने बेसिक्स समजून घ्यायला सुरुवात करा. बऱ्याच जणांना पुढे MS करायचं असतं किंवा MBAच्या कॅटच्या एक्झाम्स द्यायचे असतात किंवा ॲडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव्ह एक्झाम्स द्यायचे असतात कॉम्पिटेटिव्ह. तर त्याचं नेमकं बेसिक्स तुम्ही आत्ता समजून घेऊ शकता. त्याचा अभ्यास कधी करायचा हे तुम्ही ठरवा, म्हणजे दुसऱ्या वर्षाला तिसऱ्या वर्षात ही प्रत्येकाची तुमची जर्नी असेल. बऱ्याच जणांना ॲडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव्ह सर्व्हिसेसचं फार आकर्षण असतं, जसं मलाही होतं, परंतु माझा जर्नी थोडासा वेगळा आहे. मी एकदम कॉलेजला असताना कधीही अभ्यास केला नाही ॲडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव्ह सर्व्हिसेससाठी. मी कॉम्पिटेटिव्ह अभ्यास खूप उशिरा सुरू केला. म्हणजे मी लासन अँड टुब्रोमध्ये पण 4 वर्ष होते आणि तिथे खूप चांगलं एक्सपोजर मला मिळालं. एक खूप चांगली सर्व्हिसचा अनुभव मी प्रायव्हेट सेक्टरमध्ये घेतला. आणि चांगल्या कॉलेजेसचा फायदा हा होतो की तुम्ही चांगल्या कंपनीजमध्ये प्लेस होता. जे तुम्ही आज बसला आहात वालचंदमध्ये, तर एक खूप चांगलं प्लेसमेंट रेकॉर्ड असणारी हे इन्स्टिट्यूट आहे. त्यामुळे तुम्ही चांगल्याच ठिकाणी प्लेस होता आणि सुरुवातच तुमची करिअरची खूप चांगली झाली असल्यामुळे पुढे तुमचे खूप सारे ऑप्शन्स ओपन राहतात. तसंच काहीसं माझ्या वेळेस झालं आणि त्यामुळे मी लासन अँड टुब्रो मला मिळालं, LNT मोठं नाव वगैरे, आणि मी प्रायव्हेटमध्ये गेले. तो एक चांगला अनुभव होता. तिथे असताना मला थोडं जाणवलं की आपण आणखी थोडंसं प्रायव्हेट होतं आहे, पब्लिक डोमेनमध्ये आपल्याला काही करता येत नाही आहे. ती कुठेतरी करायची उर्मी होती, म्हणून मग मी कॉम्पिटेटिव्हकडे हळूहळू वळले. आणि फार माझा कॉन्फिडन्स नव्हता की मी UPSC क्रॅक करेल वगैरे, म्हणून मी MPSC पहिल्यांदा क्रॅक केलं. स्टेट सर्व्हिसेसमध्ये गेले, तिथे जाऊन मग मी परत UPSCचा अभ्यास केला. असं प्रत्येक त्या काळामध्ये, तेवढ्या काळामध्ये मी दोन गोष्टी सांभाळत त्या केल्या. त्यामुळे थोडंसं लेट इयर्समध्ये मी UPSC क्लिअर झाले आणि चांगल्या रँकनी क्लिअर झाल्यामुळं महाराष्ट्र कॅडरमध्ये यायची संधी मिळाली. परंतु हा खूप मोठा जर्नी माझा होता. फक्त ॲकॅडमिकली सांगण्यापेक्षा मला थोडंसं इमोशनली काही गोष्टी ह्या सांगायच्या आहेत की ही जी तुमची फेज आहे ही ट्रान्झिशनची फेज आहे. आणि ह्यामध्ये मी जसं म्हटलं ना की कन्फ्युजन खूप असतं. 3 Idiots बघितलं आहे ना, त्याचं ते गाण्यामध्ये वर्ड्सच आहे, कन्फ्युजन ही कन्फ्युजन आहे, मला आठवत असेल तर तसंच आहे. ही फेजच ती असते, प्रत्येक गोष्टीत कन्फ्युजन असतं. पर्सनल लाईफच्या काही गोष्टी असतात त्याच्यामध्ये कन्फ्युजन असतं, फ्रेंड्सचे रिलेशन त्याच्यामध्ये काही कन्फ्युजन, प्रोफेशनली आपल्याला कुठं जायचं त्याच्यामध्ये कन्फ्युजन. परंतु त्याच्यावरती तुम्ही ओव्हरकम कसं करता, गोष्टी समजत नाही. काही जण व्हर्नॅक्युलर मीडियमचे असतात, म्हणजे मराठी असेल किंवा तुमची नेटिव्ह लँग्वेज असते, त्या मीडियममधून तुम्ही आलेले असता, तर तुम्हाला इंग्लिशमध्ये गोष्टी लिहिणं वगैरे ह्या अडचणीच्या जातात किंवा समजून घेण्यात अडचणीच्या जातात. असंही होतं. जे 11वी-12वी कशी तरी केली, परंतु इंजिनिअरिंगला पण काही स्ट्रगल्स असतात किंवा आणखी काही गोष्टी अशा असतात की कॉलेजमध्ये वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारचे ग्रुप्स बनतात. काही खूप हुशार मुलांचा ग्रुप बनतो, काही खूप ॲक्टिव्ह मुलांचा ग्रुप बनतो आणि वेगवेगळ्या ग्रुप्सचे काही अचिव्हमेंट्स बघून आपल्याला कुठेतरी कमी असल्याची भावना होते. कॉन्फिडन्स लेवल आपली जी आपण इतकी चांगली, म्हणजे JEE सारखी एक्झाम्स आपण चांगल्या रँकनी क्लिअर करून सुद्धा आपला कॉन्फिडन्स लेवल एकदम खाली जायला चालू होतो. ती ही फेज असू शकते. म्हणजे 2 गोष्टी होतात, एक तर तुम्ही चांगले ब्लूम होऊ शकता किंवा तुम्ही सुकून जाऊ शकता. तर ह्या फेजमध्ये आपण असं होऊ द्यायचं नाही. आपण जे आहोत, जे तुम्ही पर्सन म्हणून आजपर्यंत घडला आहे तसंच ठेवायचं आहे किंवा त्याच्यापेक्षा जास्त ग्लोरिफाय व्हायचा प्रयत्न करायचा. आपण आहोत ते चांगलं, तुम्ही आहोत ते रॉ फेजेस आहेत आणि ट्रान्झिशन फेजेस आहेत. तर आपला पर्सनल एकतर विश्वास कधीही कमी होऊ द्यायचा नाही. कारण तुम्ही जेई क्लिअर करून आलाय, खूप कॉम्पिटिशन्स क्लिअर करून इतक्या चांगल्या इन्स्टिट्यूटमध्ये तुमचं ॲडमिशन मिळालेलं आहे. म्हणजे तुम्ही ऑलरेडी खूप चांगले इंटेलेक्च्युअल पर्सनॅलिटीज आहात. म्हणजे आपण कोण कमी नाही, परंतु ही कमीपणाची भावना येण्याची खूप दाट शक्यता या काळात असते. तर ते होऊ देऊ नका. कारण मी असे उदाहरणं बघितलेले आहेत की त्यांचा कॉन्फिडन्स खूप कमी होऊन जातो आणि ते कुठेतरी मग चांगले हुशार मुलांच्या केटीज लागतात किंवा ते इंजिनिअरिंग सोडून देतात. पण असं त्याचा अर्थ होत नाही केटी लागली किंवा तो केटी लागली म्हणून किंवा त्याने इंजिनिअरिंग सोडून दिलं म्हणून तो बौद्धिकदृष्ट्या कमी, असं बिलकुल नाही. तर तो एक मिनिमम आपल्या इंटेलेक्च्युअल ॲबिलिटीजवरचा विश्वास तुमचा कायम असला पाहिजे. त्याच्यावर तुम्ही ट्रस्ट ठेवलाच पाहिजे. म्हणून तुम्ही इथं आले. काहीही होऊ द्या, तुमचे खूप सारे लाईफचे इश्यूज आताच चालू होतात बऱ्यापैकी. म्हणजे अकॅडमिक असतील, तुमचे रिलेशनशिप्स असतील, ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टींचे इश्यू आत्ता चालू होतात. त्यावेळेस परत तुम्ही स्वतःला एक पर्सन म्हणून स्वतःला कुठेतरी त्रास द्यायचा विषय होतो. आजकाल डिप्रेशनच्या केसेस खूप वाढत आहेत. ह्याच गोष्टींमुळे होतात. डिप्रेशनच्या केसेस ह्याच्यामुळे होतात कारण आपण स्वतःवरती ट्रस्ट करायचं सोडून देतो. आणि खूप हे मी याच्यासाठी सांगते की खूप साऱ्या गोष्टी बघून आल्यामुळे किंवा खूप सारी उदाहरणं बघून आल्यामुळे हे काही मोलाचं सल्ले किंवा तुमच्या भाषेत ज्ञान असं म्हणता येईल. परंतु एवढंच सांगायचं आहे की तुमचा स्वतःवरचा ट्रस्ट ढळू देऊ नका. इंजिनिअरिंगचे सब्जेक्ट्स हमखास क्लिअर होतात, त्यात काही नाही. कारण तुम्ही ऑलरेडी खूप हुशार आहात. बेसिक्स तुम्ही क्लिअर केले की तुम्हाला काय जे पाहिजे ते व्यवस्थित तुम्ही पासिंग करून तुम्ही पुढे जाऊ शकता. ह्यात काही फार मोठं ब्रह्मास्त्र उचलण्यासारखीची गोष्ट नाही. दुसरी गोष्ट, तुमच्या काही हॉबीज असतील ते ज्या 9वी, 10वी, 11वी, 12वीच्या फेजमध्ये मागे पडल्या त्या रिवाईव्ह करायचा प्रयत्न करा. त्या हॉबीज तुम्हाला माणूस म्हणून जगण्यासाठी किंवा स्वतःवरती विश्वास ठेवण्यासाठी कायम मदत करतात. तुम्ही फार हुशार आहे किंवा तुम्ही ह्याच्यात विषय एखाद्या सेमिस्टरमध्ये किंवा एखाद्या टेस्टमध्ये आउट ऑफ पडले म्हणून तुमची कायम कोणी ओळख करत नाही. तुम्हाला कायम तुमची काहीतरी स्पेशल ॲबिलिटी असते, स्पेशल हॉबी असते, त्याच्यावरून लोक ओळखतात. कधीही म्हणा, एखाद्या पर्सनची ओळख त्याच्याकडची जी बेस्ट क्वालिटी आहे ना त्याच्यामुळं त्याची ओळख होते. म्हणजे इतकी वर्ष मी कॉलेज झालं, जॉब झाला, एवढं अचीव केलं, त्याच्यानंतरही मला माझ्या त्या बॅचमध्ये लोक मला डान्सर म्हणूनच ओळखतात. म्हणजे माझी कॉलेजची बॅच असेल, माझी सेल्स टॅक्सची बॅच असेल किंवा माझी UPSCची ट्रेनिंगची बॅच असेल, कारण ती माझी स्पेशालिटी होती आणि त्या हॉबीमुळेच मी ओळखली जाते. मग मी AIR 16 मिळवलं हे कोणाच्या लक्षात नाही की मी वन ऑफ द टॉपर्स होते, हे फार कोणी लक्षात ठेवत नाही, पण ते आमच्या बॅचचेच डान्सर. तर ही आपल्यातलं जे जिवंतपणा जो असतो ना तो आपली हॉबीज कायम ठेवतात. हे तुम्ही, कारण हॉबीमध्ये आपला सगळ्यात जास्त जीव अडकलेला असतो. त्यामुळे तुमच्या ज्या काही हॉबीज मागं पडल्यात ना त्या परत आणा, त्या परत रिवाईव्ह करा. तुम्हाला वेळ मिळतो त्याच्यामध्ये एक्सप्लोअर करायचा प्रयत्न करा. ज्या गोष्टी मला तरी करता आल्या नाही परंतु तुम्ही त्या करा. त्या गोष्टी तुम्हाला मानसिक शांती, समाधान देण्यासाठी फार उपयोगी होतात. तिसरा एक मुद्दा आहे की आपलं सर्कल कसं निवडायचं हे तुम्ही ठरवा. तुमच्या आसपास जास्तीत जास्त पॉझिटिव्ह लोक राहतील असा प्रयत्न करा. रादर मी असं म्हणते की तुम्ही पॉझिटिव्ह किती देता येईल, तुम्हाला लोकांना किती चांगलं पॉझिटिव्ह देता येईल किंवा लोकांना किती चांगलं पॉझिटिव्हली ठेवता येईल याचा तुम्ही प्रयत्न करा. म्हणजे तुम्ही कुणाबरोबर तरी रूम शेअर करणार असाल किंवा कुणाबरोबर तरी प्रॅक्टिकलची बॅच शेअर करणार असाल तर त्यावेळेस तुम्ही त्या व्यक्तीला कम्फर्टेबल वाटलं पाहिजे अशा पद्धतीचं वातावरण जर तुम्ही तयार केलं तर तो तुम्हाला तशा पद्धतीचं वातावरण देईल. बऱ्याचदा असं होतं की मग थोडेसे कुठल्या ना कुठल्या गोष्टी वाद होत राहतात किंवा काही सवयी आवडत नाही एकमेकांच्या, याच्यातून काय होतं रागे तयार होतात. आणि तुम्ही जर पॉझिटिव्ह वातावरण तुमच्या आसपास ठेवलं तर आपोआप लोक तुमच्याबरोबर राहायला चालू होतात. ते देखील तुमच्यासारखंच पॉझिटिव्ह वाईब्स तुमच्या आसपास तयार करतात आणि एक चांगलं छोटी फॅमिली आपली या हॉस्टेल कॅम्पसमध्ये किंवा तुम्ही इथे कुठे राहत असाल तिथे तुमची ती तयार होती आणि ती तुम्हाला कायम सगळ्या सिच्युएशनमध्ये ती तुम्हाला मदत करणार, कुठलीही सिच्युएशन असो. तर एक चांगली आपली छोटीशी आपल्याला चांगला हॅपीनेस देणारी अशी फॅमिली तुम्हाला इथे तयार करता आली, तुमचे लाईक माइंडेड लोक जे आहेत ते चूज करता आले, तर ह्या तुम्ही गोष्टी बघितल्या पाहिजेत. आणि काही चुकीच्या गोष्टी ज्या आहेत त्यापासून तुम्ही लांब राहा. हे तर तुम्हाला माहीतच असतं, बऱ्याचदा भावत जातो आपण, परंतु संयम ठेवणे हे आपल्या काय म्हणतात आदर्श जीवनाचं हे आहे असं म्हणतात. परंतु आत्ता जर गोष्टी काही हातातून बाहेर गेल्या तर त्यानंतर सावरणं फार अवघड होऊन जातं. बेसिकली तुमची जनरेशन अशी आहे की तुम्हाला खूप सारे अट्रॅक्शन्स असेल किंवा मी म्हणते डिस्ट्रॅक्शन्स खूप आहेत तुमच्या पुढे, खूप सारे ऑप्शन्स आहेत. त्यामुळे डिस्ट्रॅक्ट होऊन एक लाईफची फेज खराब होऊ शकते किंवा नंतर पुढे जाऊन ती भूतकाळाची ती गोष्ट आपण आठवायचा सुद्धा प्रयत्न करत नाही. अशा फेजेसमधून आपण जातो. तर ज्या गोष्टी तुम्हाला माहिती आहेत की ह्या चांगल्या नाही आहेत, तर ते तुम्हाला माहिती आहे तर तुम्ही त्याचं फॉलो करा. काय चुकीच्या संगतीमुळे असतील किंवा चुकीच्या सल्ल्यांमुळे आपण त्याच्याकडे वाहत जातो. म्हणजे मग तुम्हाला म्हणायचं आहे, मला काय म्हणायचं की ड्रग्ज असतील किंवा चुकीच्या काही गोष्टी असतील, क्राईम्सच्या गोष्टी असतील उगा, तर अशा गोष्टींच्या भानगडीतच पडायचं नाही. सगळ्यांना माहिती आहे हे चुकीचं आहे, परंतु त्याच्यामध्ये आपण जाण्याची शक्यता असते, वाहवत जाण्याची शक्यता असते. तर ह्या काही बेसिक्स गोष्टी आहेत ज्या आम्हाला कोणी फर्स्ट इयरला सांगितल्या नव्हत्या आणि तुम्ही साधारण फर्स्ट इयरचा क्राऊड आहे म्हणून मी तुम्हाला ह्या गोष्टी सांगितल्या की मी सांगितलेल्या 10 गोष्टींपैकी 2 जरी गोष्टी तुम्ही लक्षात ठेवल्या आणि थोड्या फॉलो केल्या तर नक्की त्या तुम्हाला पुढे उपयोगाला पडतील असं मला वाटते. बाकी आपण थोडंसं क्वेश्चन आन्सर टाईप घेऊयात, म्हणजे त्यांना माझ्याकडून काय पाहिजे ते मला कळेल.
Yeah, greetings ma'am, this is Riyade, first year computer science. Actually I have a doubt regarding the civil services examination, like your preparation for UPSC. As you mentioned, like as we heard that you were 16th rank, right? So in your journey, like since you are the working professional also, as a student, if we prepare in this years or in the coming years, what all factors we should consider in the, like there are many processes, so what would the method as more?
Basically, it's not only regarding the government competitive exams, but any competitive exam you should take into the consideration that it is an exam. It has its own structure. So every exam is like there is a syllabus, there are previous year question papers. So you can go through that during your first year, second year. You just go through the syllabus. You can Google the last year question papers. You just understand the pattern of that examination, whatever it may be. Maybe UPSC or maybe CAT or anything. So you should understand the crux of that examination and then you should decide your strategy. And within these 3 to 4 years, you can inculcate some habits in you. Like UPSC needs writing, extensive writing. So you can inculcate that writing habit in you. Then also UPSC needs newspaper reading. So you can start newspaper reading every day. So every exam has its own requirement and some habits. It is very difficult to inculcate some habits like newspaper reading. It's very difficult to inculcate that habit, but you can try for that. Then also you can understand the basics things. What are the basics? Like UPSC has NCRTs, so you can start with those things. The extensive study you can do later also. So the basics you can complete in that sense, and like I told, some habits you should inculcate in these years. Okay. Yes.
मॅम, जसं तुम्ही सिव्हिल सर्व्हिसेसमध्ये आहात, इंजिनिअरिंग ही जॉब सिक्युरिटी म्हणून केली जाते UPSC प्रिपरेशन करणाऱ्या पोरांसाठी, मग तुम्ही काय सांगाल याबद्दल?
ते बरोबर आहे, म्हणजे तसा तो अप्रोच बरोबर आहे आणि त्याचा पर्सेंटेज पण जास्त आहे. 2 गोष्टी आहेत, कारण इंजिनिअरिंगच्या मुलांचं क्लिअरिंग पर्सेंटेज वाढत आहे दिवसेंदिवस. म्हणजे ऑलमोस्ट कुठलीही एक्झाम घेतली तर 50% जास्त मुलं इंजिनिअरिंगची आहेत. बेसिकली थिंग इज की आपण जर सोशल स्टडी केला तर इंजिनिअरिंगचे मुलं पण खूप आहेत पास झालेले. खूप सारे इंजिनिअरिंग कॉलेजेस आहेत, खूप सारे मुलं पासआउट होतात. सो त्यामुळं जेवढे मुलं एंटर करतात म्हणजे परीक्षेची तयारी करतात त्याच्यामध्ये इंजिनिअरिंगच्या मुलांचा वाटा पण जास्त असतो. आणि बेसिकली थोडेसे इंजिनियर्सना स्मार्ट वर्क करायची सवय असते. हे बद्दल तुम्ही 4 वर्षात तुम्हाला त्या सवयी लागतील की पास कसं व्हायचं हे इंजिनिअरिंगच्या पोरांना माहिती असते. हे कसंच करतात हे तुम्हाला पण सवय लागतील की सिलेबस काय एवढं आहे ना, ठीक आहे, हे कुठं आहे तेवढंच मार्क करतात, तेवढाच अभ्यास करायचा आणि जाऊन देऊन द्यायचा. म्हणजे जास्त वाजायचं नाही, जेवढं सांगितलंय तेवढंच. मागचे 3 वर्षाचे पेपर आणायचे, कुठलं जास्त येते तेवढं वाजायचं, असं करतात. ही इंजिनिअरिंगमध्ये पासिंगची एक म्हणजे फॅकल्टीचं कसं इथे, पण सॉरी टू से पण हे आहे जनरली असं होतं. आणि ती सवय त्यांना कॉम्पिटिटिव्हमध्ये थोडीशी फायद्याला होते, सिलेक्टिव्ह स्टडीची, स्मार्ट स्टडीची, त्यामुळे त्यांचं पासिंग पर्सेंटेज जास्त आहे.
Good evening ma'am, myself Sakshi Bhosle. I want to know which publication is better to crack UPSC exam.
There is not any standard publication as such. UPSC has too many subjects. Every subject has different publications, books. So for one book there is another publication book that is excellent. So there are many options actually. I can't say if this publication is good as such.
Hello ma'am. Is IS your primary aim or secondary aim?
IS is primary or secondary?
Like when you decided to become an IS? In which phase of life?
I decided when I cracked the MPSC and I became class 1 officer in state services. Then I got confidence that I can clear UPSC also. So it was quite late. After like you can say 5 years after graduation, 4 years after graduation.
Thank you.
मी शार्दुल भास्कर, फर्स्ट इयर इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स. माझा असा तुमच्यासाठी प्रश्न आहे की आता ही सगळी फर्स्ट इयरची लोक आहेत, म्हणजे इनोव्हेटिव्ह आहेत, एनर्जेटिक आहेत, इन्थुझियास्टिक आहेत. मग तुम्ही ॲज अ सिव्हिल सर्वंट किंवा तुम्ही ॲज अ एक लोक तुम्हाला एक आयकॉन म्हणून बघतात. तुम्ही देशासाठी काम करता, तुम्ही लोकांसाठी काम करता. मग तुमच्या अशा नवीन लोकांकडून काय अपेक्षा आहेत की ह्यांनी काय करावं म्हणजे आपला देश पुढे जाईल किंवा एकंदरीतच समाजाचं कल्याण होईल, असं तुम्ही आम्हा लोकांकडून काय एक्सपेक्ट करता?
खूप चांगला क्वेश्चन आहे. खरं तर आहे ना, सोसायटी फक्त IS IPSC बनवते, ठीक आहे, किंवा आम्ही सोसायटी किंवा स्टेट चालवत नाही. स्टेट किंवा सोसायटी ह्या दोन्ही गोष्टी लोकांनी चालतात. सो प्रत्येकाने आपापला जॉब एक्सलंटली केला तरी पण ते खूप मोठं कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन आहे सोसायटीसाठी. लाईक काहींना वाटतं तर माझे काही बॅचमेट्स इंजिनिअरिंग फील्डमध्ये आहेत, ते अजूनही काही एका चांगल्या कंपनीत काम करत आहेत, त्या चांगल्या चांगल्या पोस्टवरती. अप्रोच काय होतं बघण्याचा त्यांच्याकडे की बघा ते फक्त स्वतः कमवत आहेत आणि स्वतः पैसे मिळवत आहेत, त्यांचं समाजासाठी काही कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन नाही. मात्र मी IS ऑफिसर आहे, मी समाजासाठी एवढ्या करतो, अजिबात नाही. ते त्यांच्या पद्धतीने समाजासाठी कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन करतात. कारण ते इंजिनिअरिंगमध्ये आहेत, ते काहीतरी प्रोड्यूस करत आहेत जे समाजाला उपयोगाला येणार आहे, बरोबर. त्यातून खूप मोठी इकॉनॉमी चालणार आहे. अशा खूप सारे इंजिनियर्सचं कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन म्हणून खूप मोठी इकॉनॉमी चालते. ते जास्तीत जास्त एक्सलंट प्रोडक्ट देण्याचा प्रयत्न करतात, एक्सलंट सर्व्हिस देण्यासाठी त्यांचा प्रयत्न असतो. आणि अशा प्रोडक्ट्स अँड सर्व्हिसेस दिल्यामुळं सोसायटीचं लाईफ इझी कसं बनेल ह्याच्यासाठी त्यांचा प्रयत्न चालू असतो. आणि तेच आम्हाला स्टेट चालवताना देखील मदत करतात. सो असं कुणीही म्हणू नये की IS IPSच समाजाला कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन देतात. मला असं वाटतं की समाजातला प्रत्येक घटक तो कदाचित काम करणारा नसेल तरी पण तो कुठल्या ह्या आयदर दिस ऑर दॅट वे तो नक्की काहीतरी कॉन्ट्रीब्यूट करत असणार. त्यामुळे एवढंच आहे की तुम्ही ज्या रोलमध्ये बसलेला आहे, भले तुम्ही इंजिनियर असाल किंवा आर्टिस्ट असाल, जो काही रोल तुम्ही करताय तो एक्सलंटली करा, आपोआप त्याचं कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन समाजाला जातं. समाज विघातक गोष्टी नाही केल्या तरी पण चालतं, तेवढं जरी नाही केलं तरी ते समाजाला कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन आहे. सो सरांचं असं म्हणणं आहे की एक IS ऑफिसर बनल्यानंतर आम्हाला काही अपॉर्च्युनिटीज मिळतात. बेसिकली काय होतं की आपली सिस्टीम अशी आहे की ब्युरोक्रेसी किंवा जे शासकीय सेवक आहेत आमच्यासारखे, तर यांच्याकडे खूप चांगल्या नजरेने बघण्याचा एक अप्रोच असतो आमच्याकडे. आणि त्यामुळं आमची कन्व्हिन्सिंग पॉवर जास्त असते. सो म्हणजे एक नॉर्मल एम्प्लॉई कुणाला तरी जाऊन 10 लोक गोळा करणे त्याला ते शक्य होत नाही, परंतु आम्ही जर म्हटलं तर 100 लोक लगेच गोळा होतात. सो हा एक पॉवरचा मुद्दा आहे, आमच्याकडे ती पॉवर आहे. म्हणजे पॉलिटिकल असेल, ॲडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव्ह असेल, ही कन्व्हिन्सिंग इमोशनल पॉवर आमच्याकडे जास्त असतात. सो हा त्या पोस्टचा फायदा आहे. त्यामुळं आम्ही आमचं रेग्युलर जे काम आहे ते सोडून आम्हाला जर दुसरे काही इनोव्हेटिव्ह आयडिया चालवायचे असेल तर आम्हाला ते देखील करता येतात, त्याचा आम्ही फायदा करून घेतो. तर यामध्ये आपण सांगली जिल्ह्यामध्ये प्लास्टिक वेस्टवरती काम करत आहोत. तर याच्यामध्ये असं होतं की ॲज अ इंजिनियर तुम्ही प्लास्टिक रिजनरेशन, प्लास्टिक रियूजसाठी तुम्ही बरंच काम करणार किंवा तुम्ही नवीन नवीन प्रोजेक्ट्स पण करणार. तर बेसिकली प्लास्टिकच्या बाबतीतला जो अवेअरनेस आहे ना तो एकदम सटल लेवलला आहे. म्हणजे लोकांना माहिती आहे प्लास्टिक हानिकारक आहे, परंतु लोकांमध्ये ती सवय नाही रुजत आहे किंवा लोकांमध्ये ते अवेअरनेस येत नाही. तर थोडंसं ॲडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव्हली जर बघायला गेलं तर ज्यावेळेस शासन एखादी गोष्ट मिशन मोडवरती घेते आणि त्याचे खूप पब्लिसिटी करते त्यावेळेस लोकांना ते लक्षात येतं की हे महत्त्वाचं आहे. स्वच्छ भारत मिशन नावाचा प्रोग्राम जेव्हा शासनाकडे आपल्याकडे सुरू झाला 15 ते 20 वर्षापूर्वी, त्यावेळेस शौचालयाची गरज हे फार कुणाला महत्त्वाचं वाटायचं नाही. म्हणजे गावाकडे पण असंच उड्यावर शौचात जाणे वगैरे हे खूप सर्रास म्हणजे समाजमान्य गोष्ट होती. परंतु जसं स्वच्छ भारत मिशन सुरू झालं आणि त्याची खूप प्रचार प्रसिद्धी झाली, त्याचं खूप मॉडरेशन झालं, घरोघरी टॉयलेट्स बांधलेच गेले पाहिजे, इतकं प्रेशर ॲडमिनिस्ट्रेशनवरती आणि प्रशासनाच्या याच्याने का होईना, प्रेशरने का होईना टॉयलेट्स उभा केले आणि त्यामुळं हा तर प्रायमरी झाला. परंतु सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचा, त्याच्याही पेक्षा जास्त महत्त्वाचा आहे परिणाम हा होता की लोकांमध्ये जनजागृती झाली की टॉयलेट्स असलेच पाहिजेत आणि ती महिलांची डिग्निटी, लहान बाळांची वगैरे हे सगळं त्याच्या म्हणजे वृद्धांची सुरक्षितता ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टी त्याच्याशी अटॅच केल्या गेल्या. त्यामुळे ती सामाजिक चळवळ झाली. ते फक्त एक प्रशासकीय गोष्ट न राहता सामाजिक चळवळ झाली आणि त्याच्याने फायदा इतका झाला की मग आज कुठेही लग्न जुळवताना तुम्ही बघायला गेलं तर ती महिला साधारण बघते की त्या घरात टॉयलेट असलं पाहिजे किंवा सेपरेट टॉयलेट असलं पाहिजे. इथपर्यंत ती सामाजिक क्रांती घडली. तर तशाच पद्धतीने प्लास्टिकच्या बाबतीत थोडंसं अवेअरनेस नाही आहे. त्यामुळं एक अवेअरनेस प्राथमिक तयार करण्यासाठी आम्ही प्लास्टिक कलेक्शनचा ड्राईव्ह करतो. यामध्ये आम्ही दर 15 दिवसांनी एक दिवस म्हणजे नॉर्मली शुक्रवार एक आठ सोडून आम्ही गावांना सांगितलेलं आहे की तुम्ही तुमच्या गावात पसरलेलं जे प्लास्टिक आहे ते तुम्ही कलेक्ट करायचं, प्लास्टिक कलेक्ट करायचं आणि ते विकायचं. ते विकत घेणारे बरेचसे वेंडर आहेत, ते रिप्रोसेस करतील किंवा जे काय करतील. परंतु प्लास्टिक जर तुम्ही त्याच्यातून आम्ही हे कन्व्हिन्स करायचा प्रयत्न केला, जर आज आपण कुठल्याही गावात गेलो तर कचरा जो असतो तो प्लास्टिकच दिसतो. म्हणजे तुम्ही तुमच्या गावांचे चित्र आठवून बघा की सगळ्यात जास्त आपल्याला कचरा जो दिसतो तो प्लास्टिकचाच दिसतो आणि बाकी ओला कचरा आपोआप बऱ्यापैकी त्याचं खत बनतं. म्हणजे गावांमध्ये ते किडे असतात त्याचं खत बनतं. मग प्लास्टिक जे मातीत मिसळलं जाते किंवा जे पाण्यात मिसळलं जाते ते फार घातक आहे. कारण मातीत ज्यावेळेस आम्ही प्लास्टिक कलेक्शनचा ड्राईव्ह सुरू केला त्यावेळेस आम्हाला मातीच्या थरच्या थर प्लास्टिकचे निघत होते. म्हणजे इतकं प्लास्टिक नेचरमध्ये भयानक पद्धतीने चालू आहे परंतु आपल्या लक्षात येत नाही. सर्रास आपण प्लास्टिक वापरत राहतो. मग आता जवळपास 2 मार्चला आम्ही हे सुरू केला होता कार्यक्रम. आता आमचे 15-16 वीक्स झालेले आहेत यामध्ये. तर आमच्या हे लक्षात आलं की यामुळे आम्ही लोकांना सेन्सिटाईज जास्त करतोय. किती कचरा गोळा करतो आम्ही, जवळपास 17-18 टन आत्तापर्यंत प्लास्टिक गोळा केलेलं आहे. त्याचा आमच्याकडे हिशोब पण आहे आणि आम्ही त्यातले विकलं पण आहे. म्हणजे त्या ग्रामपंचायतीने ते व्हेंडरला विकून त्याच्यातनं थोडंसं उत्पन्न पण मिळालेलं आहे. परंतु लोकांमध्ये ती जनजागृती आहे की प्लास्टिकचा सेन्स तो रुजवणं आम्हाला जास्त महत्त्वाचं वाटलं आणि याच्यामध्ये कुठल्याही गव्हर्नमेंटचं आम्हाला पैसे अनुदान वगैरे असं काही नव्हतं. ही फक्त एक सोशल मुवमेंट आम्ही बांधायचा प्रयत्न केला. याच्यामुळे काय झालं, आमच्या कुठल्याही कार्यक्रमात प्लास्टिक बॉटल आम्ही ठेवत नाही. आमचं जिल्हा परिषद की पंचायत समिती किंवा ग्रामपंचायतीचा जो पण कार्यक्रम असतो त्यावेळेस आम्ही तांब्या आणि पेला किंवा ग्लास, काचेचा ग्लास ह्याच्यातच पाणी द्यायचं असा आमचा नियम आहे आणि आम्ही तसंच करतो. कुठल्याही कार्यक्रमात आम्ही ते वापरू देत नाही. जस्ट एक लोकांमध्ये किमान प्लास्टिक तुम्ही कमी वापरा यासाठी आम्ही ती जनजागृती करत राहतो. अजून खूप मोठा पल्ला आहे त्याच्यामध्ये. आत्ताशी आम्ही सुरुवात केलेली आहे. हे एक उदाहरण आहे की ॲडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव्ह पॉवर काय करू शकते आणि आम्ही कॉलेजशी पण म्हणजे कोलॅब करायचा प्रयत्न करतो की आम्हाला समजा ग्रामपंचायत आहे छोटीशी 500 लोकांची, तर तिला जर तिचं प्लास्टिक रिप्रोसेस करायचं असेल किंवा त्याच्यापासून काही बनवायचं असेल तर तुम्ही काही सोपं प्लास्टिक रिप्रोसेस करण्यासाठीचं काही बनवू शकत असाल तर द्या. असं ऑलरेडी काही स्टुडंट्स त्याच्यावरती काम करतात आपल्या कॉलेजचे. तुम्हाला देखील आहे स्कोप. टाइम सर खूप आधी होता का आता आधी बराच आधी होता.
हेलो मैम, एक्चुअली मैम मैं आज से हूँ, तुम्हें मराठी बिल्कुल नहीं आती है. तो मैम मेरा सवाल ये है कि इस टीनेज में अपने मेंटल एबिलिटी को इम्प्रूव कैसे करें और ये
Which habits?
मेंटल एबिलिटी को
मेंटल
कैसे करें?
मेंटल ability to improve. In what sense you are talking about? Mental ability, do you want to say that like psychological strain or something?
Like power, like efficiency. Like power मतलब जैसे कि वैसे मतलब मैम लाइक से सॉरी
आई थिंक ही वाज सेइंग कि थोड़ा सा हमें जो मेंटल स्ट्रेंथ लगता है ना, मे बी वो जब उसकी ज़रूरत तब होती है जब हम कोई प्रॉब्लेम्स फेस करते होते हैं. तो मोस्ट ऑफ द टाईम ज्यावेळेस कॉलेजला आपण येतो त्यावेळेस आपण घरापासून दूर आलेलो असतो आणि नवीन सर्कलमध्ये बऱ्याचदा प्रॉब्लेम्स कसे फेस करायचे ते सुचत नाही. तर अशा वेळेस काय करायचं, तर हेच मी सांगते, आपली एक छोटीशी चांगली इथं फ्रेंड्सची फॅमिली तयार करायची, जे आपले सगळे प्रॉब्लेम्स ऐकून घेईल, शेअर करेल आणि आपल्याला व्यवस्थित सोल्युशन देईल. आणि लोकांमध्ये राहणे, चांगलं कम्युनिकेशन ठेवून, स्मार्टफोन थ्रू नाही, समोरासमोर बोलणं ही गरज आहे आजची, ते आपण केलं पाहिजे. त्यानेच बरेचसे स्ट्रेंथ मिळते, स्मार्टफोनमुळे नाही मिळत.
Ma'am, as per the interview, we heard that the third level of UPSC is very hard. That is about the interview part. So, what were questions you were asked in that phase?
यांचा क्वेश्चन असा आहे की इंटरव्ह्यूला थर्ड लेवल UPSCचा जो थर्ड लेवल असते एक्झाम, ती इंटरव्ह्यूची असते, ती किती हार्ड असते, किंवा सो कॉल्ड इंटरव्ह्यू क्वेश्चन्सचे रील्स तुम्ही बघता, तर तसं नाही. इंटरव्ह्यू इट्स अ पर्सनॅलिटी टेस्ट. दे जस्ट वॉन्ट टू चेक आवर पर्सनॅलिटी. दे हॅव अवर बायोडेटा. दे जस्ट आस्क क्वेश्चन आउट ऑफ दॅट. इफ यू आर इंटरेस्टेड इन दिस थिंग, जस्ट एक्सप्लोर दॅट थिंग. जस्ट टेल मी. If you have this one option, like you have political science option, then they just give you a situation about the political science or international relations and just tell what can you do in this. So this is a personality test. This is not interview, and there are no generic questions like that. Yes.
हॅलो मॅम, मी विरम शाह फ्रॉम सिव्हिल ब्रांच. मला असा क्वेश्चन आहे की इंडिया आज एक फास्टेस्ट ग्रोईंग इकॉनॉमी आहे आणि कॉम्पिटिशन पण फार वाढते. म्हणजे आपण इंजिनियर्स, डॉक्टर्स कोण फार वाढत आहेत. म्हणजे एक 10-20 इयर्स आधीवर कम्पेअर केलं तर आता ॲज फर्स्ट इयर इंजिनियर्स आम्ही असं काय करू शकतो की पुढच्या 4 इयर्समध्ये की आम्ही त्या कॉम्पिटिशन ज्या इंडस्ट्रीमध्ये जाऊ तेव्हा त्या कॉम्पिटिशनच्या एक स्टेप हायड असू.
बेसिकली खूपच टिपिकल क्वेश्चन आहे. कॉम्पिटिशन ही वाढतच राहणार आहे. कुठल्याही एक क्वालिटेटिव्ह टर्म्समध्ये पण वाढते, क्वांटिटेटिव्ह. आपण जे फेस करतो ते क्वांटिटेटिव्ह टर्म्समध्ये आहे. आणि भविष्यात असं होईल की कदाचित पॉप्युलेशन श्रंक होईल, परंतु टेक्नॉलॉजी इतकी ॲडव्हान्स होईल की आपल्याला क्वालिटेटिव्ह कॉम्पिटिशन असणार आहे. सो त्यावेळेस तुम्हाला स्किल्स, ज्या कुठल्या तुम्ही डोमेनमध्ये जाणार त्यामधले तुमचे स्किल्स तुमचे चांगले असतील तर ते तुम्हाला तरुण ठेवतील. कुठलंही क्षेत्र निवडा, त्यामुळे तुम्ही जर चांगले स्किल्स असाल तर तुम्ही बाकीच्या 4 लोकांपेक्षा कधीही पुढे असाल, मग तुम्हाला चॅलेंज. तो त्यावेळेस स्किल्सची जी नीड असेल, जे काही तुम्हाला लागतात, आता सॉफ्टवेअरमध्ये कम्प्युटर सायन्स, सिव्हिल, त्यावेळेस जे काही तुमचे नवीन नवीन सॉफ्टवेअर्स येत असतील किंवा नवीन टेक्नॉलॉजीज असतील तर त्याच्याबद्दल तुम्ही अपडेट राहिलं पाहिजे.
गुड इव्हनिंग मॅम. माझा एक प्रश्न होता की आता मी फक्त UPSCच्या स्पेसिफिकच नाही, पण ज्या आपण करिअर ॲडव्हान्समेंट एक्झाम्स आहेत गव्हर्नमेंटच्या, त्यात जी अकॅडमिक डिसिप्लिन लागते, जे तुम्ही तुमच्या LNTमध्ये ज्या करिअर होतं ते त्यात तुम्ही ती डेव्हलप केलेली, तीच आम्ही इंजिनिअरिंग इयर्समध्ये कशी डेव्हलप करू शकतो?
जसं मी सांगितलं की तुम्हाला नक्की पुढे काय करायचं आहे ना, हे तुम्ही साधारण ह्या 1 वर्षात एक्सप्लोर करू शकता. म्हणजे आता तुम्हाला जर तुम्ही आधीच ठरवलं की मला MSच करायचं आहे, कदाचित खूप घाई होऊ शकते, तर तुम्ही सगळे ऑप्शन्स बघा आधी की कोणते कोणते ऑप्शन्स आहेत. आणि त्यानंतर आणखी एक असं आहे की तुम्ही स्वतःच्या कॅपॅसिटीज ओळखा. म्हणजे प्रत्येकजण MS करणारा किंवा प्रत्येकजण ॲडमिनिस्ट्रेशनसाठी बनलाय असं नाही, त्याची एक स्पेशल ॲबिलिटी त्याला लागते. मी इंजिनिअरिंगमध्ये मला का वाटत नव्हतं की मी ॲडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव्ह सर्वंट, मला फार कॉन्फिडन्स माझा कमी होता. मला असं वाटायचं मी 4 लोक फेसच नाही करू शकणार, असं मला त्यावेळेस वाटायचं. पण LNTमध्ये मी जेव्हा गेले आणि आय वॉज प्रोडक्शन सुपरवायझर, मी कोरमध्ये काम केलं, मी शिफ्टमध्ये काम करायचे आणि ते प्रॉपर मशीन्स, ते मॅनपॉवर हँडल करणे, मशीन्स हँडल करणे, मशीन रिपेअर करणे, हात काळे करणे वगैरे खूप कॉमन गोष्टी होत्या माझ्यासाठी. आणि 3 शिफ्टमधले ते कामगारांचे लेबर मॅनेजमेंट करणे, ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टी ज्यावेळेस मी केल्या त्यावेळेस मला समजलं की असे 4 लोक फेस करणे वगैरे हे फार काही मोठी अवघड गोष्ट नाही आहे, फक्त तुम्हाला ते स्किल आलं पाहिजे. मग मला कळालं की ही ॲबिलिटी आपल्याला ॲडमिनिस्ट्रेशनमध्ये पण लागणार आहे. सो त्यावेळेस मला कॉन्फिडन्स आला की मी हा जॉब नीट करू शकते. ही एक्झाम नीट करू शकते असं मला कधीच, एक्झाम क्लिअर करायची की नाही हा दुसरा मुद्दा होता. पहिला मुद्दा हा होता की मला ह्या जॉबमध्ये येऊन मी सस्टेन होईल का, आणि मला ज्यावेळेस ती मला कॅपॅसिटी माझ्यामध्ये आहे असं कळालं त्यावेळेसच मी हा डिसिजन घेतला जो जॉबच्या वेळेस घेतलेला आहे. इंजिनिअरिंगमध्ये तुम्ही पहिल्या वर्षात सगळ्या गोष्टी एक्सप्लोअर करा, त्यावेळेस आपली जी पर्सनॅलिटी आहे ते आपल्या ज्या पर्सनॅलिटीला ज्या सूट होणाऱ्या गोष्टी पुढे असू शकतात. समजा एखाद्याला रिसर्चमध्ये इंटरेस्ट आहे, त्या दिशेने तुम्ही त्या दिशेने तुम्ही जाऊ शकता. समजा तुम्हाला सॉफ्टवेअरमध्येच करिअर करायचं आहे तर आजची जी टेक्नॉलॉजी त्याच्याबद्दल तुम्ही माहिती घ्या आणि खरंच त्या कोडिंगमध्ये किंवा त्या सुपर कोडिंगमध्ये आपल्याला जमणार आहे की नाही ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टींचं तुम्ही ॲनालिसिस करू शकता ह्या पहिल्या 1-2 वर्षात. आणि आपल्या पर्सनॅलिटीला होणार आहे, आपल्या कॉग्निटिव्ह ॲबिलिटीला हे जमणार आहे का, ह्या गोष्टी सगळ्या गृहीत धरून तुम्ही तुमचं जे पोस्ट ग्रॅज्युएशन करिअर आहे ना त्यासाठी तुम्ही जाऊ शकता.
हॅलो मॅम, माझा क्वेश्चन असा आहे की जर कुणाला ग्रॅज्युएशननंतर MPSC किंवा UPSC करायचं असेल तर त्यांनी कॉलेज लाईफपासून कशी सुरुवात करावी स्टार्टिंग?
जसं मी मगाशी सांगितलं यांच्या प्रश्नाला पण की ज्या सवयी लागतात त्याच्यासाठी आवश्यक, न्यूजपेपर वाचणं असेल, रायटिंग प्रॅक्टिस असणं असेल किंवा जनरल नॉलेजचे MCQ सोडवणे, ह्या काही हॅबिट्स तुम्हाला आत्ता तुम्ही इन्कल्केट करू शकता. आणि त्याचा सिलेबस बघणे आणि मागच्या वर्षाचे प्रश्न बघणे आणि साधारणतः एक्झामचं स्ट्रक्चर बघणे ह्या गोष्टी तुम्ही आत्ता करू शकता.
ते एक आतमध्ये फायर असते ते मेंटेन कसं करायचं, कोणतं डिफिकल्ट टास्क करत असताना, म्हणजे सोल मधली फायर आहे, कोणतं डिफिकल्ट टास्क करत असताना मेंटेन कशी करायची फॉर इयर्स?
आपल्यामध्ये जी फायर आहे ती कशी मेंटेन करायची? सो यू ॲग्री की ती मेंटेन राहत नाही, तुम्ही ह्याला म्हणजे तुम्हाला असं वाटते की ती मेंटेन राहत नाही. जी काय आपली जी काय म्हणतो जी आग आहे अंदर की आग वगैरे ती 4 वर्ष कशी मेंटेन ठेवायची असा प्रश्न आहे, बरोबर? म्हणजे तुम्ही हे मान्य करता की ती 4 वर्ष मेंटेन राहत नाही.
बट डिफिकल्ट सिनारिओ येतात तेव्हा डाऊन साईड
ते आहेच. मी ते सुरुवातीला मी जे सांगत होते की जे काही ज्ञान दिलं ना मी सुरुवातीचं त्याच्यामध्ये एक गोष्टी इन्क्लूड होत्या की आतले फायर वगैरे ठीक आहे, परंतु आपली मानसिक हे जे आहे ना मेंटल स्टॅबिलिटी ती फार आवश्यक आहे या काळामध्ये. ती आपली जर राहिली ना आपल्या सगळ्या गोष्टी, आपले जे काही अस्पिरेशन्स असतील, आपल्यातल्या ज्या काही इच्छा असतील त्या सगळ्या व्यवस्थित राहतात. सो बेसिकली मेंटल पीस इज व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट. त्यामुळे तुमचं सर्कल एक पॉझिटिव्ह असणं, तुम्ही फोकस्ड असणं ह्या गोष्टी खूप गरजेच्या आहेत. आणि डिस्ट्रॅक्शन ज्यावेळेस असतं त्यावेळेस तुम्हाला माहीत असतं की दिस इज डिस्ट्रॅक्शन, दिस इज रॉंग, त्यावेळेस आपल्याला आपलं ब्रेन बरोबर सिग्नल देत असतं आणि आपण कधी कधी ते डिनाय करून त्याला क्रॉस करतो. तर ते नाही करायचं, ते व्यवस्थित राहायचं. नाव एक फक्त सांगायचं होतं, फक्त आता हे 4 वर्षाचं मी सांगत नाही, परंतु ज्यावेळेस मी प्रिपरेशन करत होती त्यावेळेस ती जी आग जिवंत ठेवायची होती जे म्हणतात ना ती कशी ठेवली मी सांगते. माझ्या स्टडी टेबलच्या समोर मी फक्त IS-1 असं लिहिलं होतं, कारण मी जॉबला जायचे, जॉबवरून आल्यावर अभ्यास करायचे, आल्यावरती मला टेबलवरती बसायचं असायचं, परंतु मी थकलेली असायची. मग मला कुठल्या तरी गोष्टीने ट्रिगर केलं पाहिजे ना, म्हणून मी ते समोर लिहून ठेवलं होतं. आणि की मला असं होतं की म्हणजे भारतामध्ये अजून महाराष्ट्रीयन कोणी एक रँकला आलेलं नाही. सो मी त्याच्यात होते की मला ते मिळवायचं आहे, म्हणून ते कुठेतरी मी 16 रँकला पोहोचले. सो ती आग मी तशी जिवंत ठेवली होती. प्रत्येकाच्या आपापल्या ट्रिक्स असतात.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for sharing an inspiring address to our student. Your valuable insights, experiences, and passion for public service has motivated our students to strive for an excellence. This will definitely help our students in their academic and personal development. We appreciate your valuable time, guidance, and commitment to shaping future leaders. Thank you very much, ma'am.
There is one announcement for students. There is regarding Cummins scholarship for all branches, first year to third year student. So if you are interested, you can join the online session today at 5:30 p.m. You can check your WhatsApp first year group. Over there it will be having one link. You can attend the session by using that link. Thank you so much.
And there is one little announcement by PACE Club. Just listen.
माणूस नाही हे काय आता काय
Hello Feeds, how are you?
Hello guys. Good evening. Are you bored? Are you bored? Okay, we will just need your 5 minutes. So please stay calm for 5 minutes.
So we are from PACE, that is Personality Advancement Circle of Engineers, and we are here to announce our mega event Prudence.
So Prudence consists of 4 sub-events, that is Aspire, Nitikya, Ideathon and Stand Out. So basically Stand Out is only first year special event which is specially planned for you and designed for you. You have high chances of winning, and it is basically designed in the sense that you can enjoy, means there are quizzes, fun games and debates, so you can express yourself on the stage, and so try to participate it at max.
So if anyone are you interested in registering for it, then we are waiting outside the Tilak Hall. Please do come and register. Thank you.